My life is super exciting as a popular internet streamer, right? Cleaned a toilet this morning. Yeah, that's been my day. What do you have brewing back there? That is cider. So my local Acme has cider, you know, non-alcohol. I don't know what else to call it. It's apple juice essentially, but it's like cider apple juice. So it's like kind of like a dirty apple juice kind of thing, and it's super heavy in sugar and it's made locally. So what I do is I go there and I buy a bunch, and then I get weird looks from everybody, and then I throw it into a carboy and I throw some champagne yeast with it and I let it do its thing. And then I force carbonate it, serve it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful dirty cider. Makes a really nice hard cider. So that's what I got brewing in the background. I like to put it on camera because we don't have much other going on right now. Not much else going on right now. Burn the Subs is in the middle of being worked on. I'm probably gonna have to pull the table out today and use it as a chair to work on that horizontal axis a little bit. Yeah, it's sitting there farting CO2 into my workspace. We're gonna run out of air soon, chat. Got the airlock partially open. We're gonna run out of breathable air. Air's getting a little thin in here. Used to brew beer and once had a stout blow out the airlock all the way up to the ceiling. Yeah, the champagne yeast isn't that angry. And I think this wort, or I guess you call it must. This must is a little less super packed with sugar. It actually still makes a fair amount of alcohol. So I think it maybe is down to the champagne yeast just being a little bit less hearty. But yeah, I used to get yeast that was in little cans, and you'd open up the can and you take a whiff of it, and it's like, it smells like beer. It was so cool. It was like this big cake of yeast, and you just pitch that into your carboy, and the thing like popped off like immediately. Like it was bubbling the same day, and it would fizz like it was carbonated sometimes with all the CO2 that was being released. What's Of billions of organisms and then die. Die from a lack of sugars. Yes. Yes, good. All right, we don't need these pages anymore. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Did a little bit of extra 3D modeling work over the short break. Did a little bit of extra 3D modeling work, and I came up with a mount for some stuff that I want to kind of test out today. I think it'll look a lot cleaner than what I had before, but the model was totally cursed. The model was totally cursed, and I have Fusion 360 open on the other computer, so I don't really want to open it here today. But like the Maker Beam profile had all these surfaces on it, and I was drawing circles around all the surfaces. So there were like 75 areas that I had to click in order to extrude that solid. And the program was getting very confused with what I was doing. I think I needed to disable the projection stuff in Fusion, but I don't know how to do that. Metro's talking. Look at him talk. He's so happy.
Maybe like another track or two.
Personally, I filter it twice right after it's done farting. I let it sit in the bottle for 2 months. That's crazy. Like the bottles that you're gonna serve it in? For 2 months? I don't have that kind of patience. I waited a year for my mead to be done. When this stuff is done, by the way, possibly the wide mouth carboy is done. Hold on, 2 people talking at once. When the wide mouth carboy is 2 people talking at once. When the wide mouth carboy is done, I think I might clean it out and then do a yeast brew, or sorry, do a mead brew. I need to buy some sweet mead yeasts because I don't have that. Hopefully that local brew shop is still open. That guy didn't seem to be doing very well even before the pandemic hit. I went there right before it started. But if I can get that sweet mead yeast from that guy or order it online, then I need to do the honey that came from Westchester because people have been asking about that, and I have been fucking lazy about brewing it. So I need to get my shit done, you know, get my homework done around here. Father wants to get drunk now, not in 2 months. I want to drink it like not in 2 months. I hope that shop survived. He was a good guy. Yeah, he was cool. I think he's probably still around. I'll have to look it up. I don't want to completely dox myself here, you know, even though I'm already mostly doxed. If we're honest. Beep boop, beep boop. I didn't even make the website where you can look up streamers' incomes. That's how unimportant we are. Not even good enough for the website. Ah, Metro's talking again. By the way, you guys should check out Metronomic Live when he streams. He's probably on the list. You can probably look up Metronomic Live and see how much money he makes. But I'm not cool enough for that. I'm not cool enough to get doxxed with all the cool kids. If you let it sit, it goes sour to sweet. Depends on what you like. It, as it is right now, it's kind of dry, and it sort of does really well for itself. Like it doesn't need to sit and get sweet, you know? I don't know what the mechanism behind it getting sweet would be, other than the yeast cleaning up after itself. But it certainly doesn't need to get sweet. I don't know, Three Mares can vouch for the quality of the mead that I produce. Lazy though it may be.
Okay, guys, we're gonna bring it back up to speed. I need to.
He's talking again.
Do like a hard break.
Well, I'm gonna fade out the music. We might as well just get started here because I mean we're just noodling around in the shop today. It's tart and crisp. and perfect. Yeah, there you go. Nothing but a ringing endorsement. I'm not even the person who thinks that, by the way. Like, I drink it, but I'll drink sewer water. I'll drink sewer water if it's got a little alcohol in it. I'll drink the Jersey Turnpike. Ugh. I saw somebody actually do a Jersey Turnpike shot, and let me tell you, there's more cleaning chemicals than there is alcohol, and it's just not a good idea. Celia, gifting a sub to Leb TV Live. Thank you very much. That is going to go on a list. Hopefully going to go on a list. I need to compile the list, but that's going to go on the gift subs of the list, and so Leb TV Live is going to go up in a single line font instead of a bubble font up on the board. Thank you for the continued gift subs to Leb TV Live. It's really generous of you. What the hell is Posca juice? I'm not even going to look that up. I've seen the bottle the mead was in and can confidently say it was no good because I'm a subject expert. That's the wrong. Well, there was one brew of mead that we did, and I didn't have anything to cool it down, and so I had to let it sit for a day or two. And as it sat for a day or two, something else got into it, and it tasted like feet. It tasted terrible. I don't know what feet tastes like, actually. Anyway, it tasted terrible. Didn't turn out very good. So, yeah, not good. Oh no, the guy who took that shot of whatever was in the dish rag, aka the New Jersey Turnpike shot, puked immediately, and I think his body did him a very, very big favor, because that's not. I don't want to think about that anymore, because that one I legit gets me a little sick. Yeah, so I had one mead brew that went bad. I had another one that was perfect, and another one that was also perfect. The thing about the mead is I've got to be really careful during the boil. When I boil it, in order to disinfect it, and I guess honey is pretty disinfected, but I want to make sure that there's no weird stuff in the water. When I boil it, I've got to be very careful about the boil, because if I boil it too hard, it's gonna caramelize and it's gonna take on some weird flavors. So nice, gentle, very soft boil, even not boiling occasionally, just very careful boil, and then cool it to the best of my abilities and then pitch it. Yeah, simmering. What I didn't know what a rolling boil looked like until YouTube. There's a great YouTube video that shows you all the different types of boils in your big container, and I didn't know what the right one would look like. So I need to keep it below what sort of a rolling boil looks like. I need it to be less than a rolling boil, because I just desperately do not want to caramelize the sugars in there. I want the boil to happen to the bottom of the bowl, but not at the top surface. There's a particular look to the rolling boil and the simmering and stuff like that, that you see from the top, because you're generally dealing with wort that isn't clear. The honey is going to be clear, but generally you're not able to see the bottom of the container. Okay, anyway, man, I'm tired today, but I'm gonna power through. I got a bunch of stuff to do with Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs, our laser etcher wall-mounted board still doesn't work. In 2 weeks. It's a weird feeling. I haven't even gotten to the control panel yet. The control panel improvements are going to be very sparse. There aren't really going to be any control panel improvements. I'm basically going to clean out the water cooling system and then plug it back in. So that's, I mean, that might be off camera, or we'll do that Friday or something like that. But until then, I have a lot of stuff to do with the axis. You see, we had to expand the axis vertically so that I could fit the weird piece of wood that I bought in Lyddith, Pennsylvania at a shop that does live edge stuff. So I found a live edge board. I got it for a bunch of money, but apparently we all discovered this week that streamers get money. Did you guys know that those streamers that get all those donations actually fucking earn money? How dare they? I'm shocked. It's an absolute fucking scandal. I cannot believe that they get paid money. It's ridiculous. Anyway, Twitch will hopefully correct that soon. But in the meantime, I got a board on my wall, spent a couple $100s on it, and I want to do the best by it, right? So what we're going to do, we've expanded the Y-axis. I got parts in for that. I got a new rail and a new mechanical shaft axis kind of thing for the X's. The shaft is installed. I haven't run the belts on the top part of the rail. The y-axis we're still working on, and in the meantime, I've 3D printed a couple things in order to aid in the limit switches, because remember, we had kind of a problem with the limit switches before. The limit switches may or may not have drifted. That could be the problem with the board. We had a weird problem where names would collide, and that could only come from a couple different factors. You see, a stepper motor laser etching table, a laser etcher doesn't have any cognitive awareness of the positions of things. You see, generally with these systems, same with 3D printers, the stepper motor performs its steps, and you assume that that's what happens. You assume that within the mechanics of the device, as you command it to do steps, it does the steps. End of story, right? You say, stepper motor, here am pulse, go this degree, and it goes bloop, and that's it, right? It goes that number of degrees, and whatever your gearing is and stuff like that is programmed into the machine, and then the machine knows that, oh, this will go out of bounds, so I can't do this. In order to figure that out, when the machine is off, it has absolutely no idea where its stepper motors are. You see, the stepper motors are just a motor. It's just a bunch of coils that are sitting in space. And if you go up to it and you go, bloop, and you twist it a little bit, the machine has absolutely no idea what you've done. And it's like, I can't believe you've done this. It doesn't even have the cognizance to do that. It doesn't know what happens when it's off. So when the machine is deactivated, if I went over to the axis and just went and moved it, it would all be shifted by that amount, and everything would be chaos and death and destruction. So in a system where we have a laser etcher on stepper motors, what we need to do is home everything. H-O-M-E, we need to home everything. When we home everything, we rely on the position of switches, repeatable mechanical switches, in order to tell the machine where the edge of the axis is. So these switches work as a device that is held in space that we click up against, and then the microcontroller goes, yeah, that's right, that's what I suspected. That's where that is, right? So it clicks it, and then it clicks it again very carefully, just to sort of get a better assumption of the position of the axis. That's how limit switches work. And then when it's not doing that with the limit switches are there as a safety mechanism. So you can have hard stops on things, and your cart will go, and then it'll start skipping on your belts and potentially damage your belts pretty badly. So instead, you put another limit switch there, and then the axis goes, meh, bonk, and the machine goes, fuck, and everything stops, right? If something goes that wrong. So limit switches are a fairly important safety device, and they're a fairly important device to tell your machine where it is. Our thoughts, or the reason that we got collisions on the other board, is that potentially our limit switches may have shifted a little bit throughout the life of the machine. So we have to make absolutely fucking certain that our limit switches are not going to move, and that they are mechanically operated in a way such as they are not going to be damaged. We need to use these things exactly as they're supposed to be used, these switches, so that we have the confidence of what's listed on the data sheet as the number of cycles that it can perform. And that's why I get paid the not big bucks to not make it on the list of streamers, because I explain stuff like that. Okay, anyway, so yeah, we're almost using these in the right way. There's a router system that uses a camera and tapes with symbols to position itself. There are all kinds of alternatives to this system, but this is the simplest mechanical system that the DIYer can put together easily. Now, there are other methods to generate that switched signal, and there are methods that are not mechanical. So Burn the Subs 3, the next version of this that's going to actually use burp. Hold on, I'm burping. The next version of the board. Now, right now, we're not rocking the boat, right? We're not rocking the vote either, which I think we probably should. We're not rocking the boat. We are using the same technology on Burn the Subs 2 as we are on Burn the Subs 2.5. So we're reusing our stepper motors and everything, and our gearing and all of our settings, so that we can do this faster. In other systems, and systems that we're going to create in the future, Burn the Subs 3 is going to have what are called servos. See, these are stepper motors. You send them pulses on 4 wires, and they go bloop, and then everybody knows where they are. And if they don't go bloop because something got in the way, well, fuck you. With servos, a servo knows what position it's supposed to be in, or rather, it communicates the angle of the shaft all the way back, the angulation of the shaft all the way back to the controller, and the controller goes, ah, fuck, and then it moves the servo accordingly. So I could, with a servo system, I could sit here and I could go and push this thing to the side, and it'll bounce back into the position that it's supposed to be at. Now, of course, I don't know what that means during etching if it's off. That's going to be not something that I want to even test. But that's a servo system. A servo system will return to the angle that it's supposed to be at, and it will fight any type of change. So if this is supposed to hold a position and I try to push it over to the side, the motor will actually use more current in order to fight the push. So if there's weirdness on your axes, lumps and bumps and dust and stuff like that, it'll fight that in order to get to its position or to achieve the velocity that's supposed to achieve, stuff like that. Basically, servo motors, in terms of control systems, are given goals, and they have sort of a means by which to accomplish that goal. Whereas a stepper motor is given a pulse, and Jesus take the wheel, I guess. Generally, in these systems, you don't need to have incredible motors. In fact, the printer that we took apart, which was a really nice color printer, didn't even use stepper motors. It just used geared DC motors, and it had an encoder tape, a piece of cellophane with a bunch of marks on it that were optically sensed as the thing just threw itself back and forth across the axis. Brush DC motors, it's like a caveman, right? It's like uncontrollable. But what they do is they sense where it's moving, and then the printer head does whatever it does, right? So in this case, we're making a lot of assumes about where this thing is. But in order to make sure that all goes off properly, we have made sure to grease our bearings. Our linear bearings are greased to within an inch of their life. And all the mechanics are hopefully sorted out in order to accommodate that. Now, one of the things that I'm a little reticent about is the lift here. That lift of the belt. It's not really going to affect the mechanics very much. We had a lot of unevenness on the previous board too, with lifts of belts moving in weird angles, and the closeness of the belt to the cart. The closeness of the belt to the cart is another thing that I'm a little bit scared of. Now, really, this belt should sit right next to the cart. It kind of does, but it sits almost in contact. So if I scoot these two down, and I move this cleat down a little bit, it'll be getting a little close to the circuit board, what is responsible for controlling the laser. Maybe we can scooch that down a little bit. We can scooch everybody down, and then hopefully it'll hold properly. Does this seem like it's at an angle? No, I don't think it is. I think the corner cubes and everything are positioning things properly here. We just need to make sure that everything is sort of locked down on this. Now, if you want to see the limit switches that I put in, we can show that right now. Let's see. How can I, this thing, since I took off the angle irons on this, there's no way to put it down on the desk properly. So yeah, hello everybody. How's everybody doing? I hope we have a lot of new people, because I desperately need to grow this channel. I really desperately need to do YouTube VODs or something. I think that's how everybody does it. Yeah, but I hope there are some new people, because we work on a lot of cool projects, and I really want to share them with the populace out there. All right, so this is what we did. We took a 3D model that we found on the internet, because surely everything on the internet is completely accurate. We found a 3D model. Get on scooching. Scooch, kids, scooch. Kids with the scooching. I shared your channel with a maker friend of mine. Big brains around here. Oh, hell yeah, man. I appreciate that. I will not super... I was about to say, I hope I'm not super embarrassing, but then we had Carbonaceous set off an audible fart within the lab, which still works. My stream API key has changed. My passwords have changed. I still haven't changed out the fart box. That's still running off of the same key. So I probably need to do that tonight. Right now I'm operating the axis, so moving it closer and closer. So this is where we decided that the height of the switch should be. I believe it's 2 millimeters down from where it contacts, where the cart actually runs into this leading edge. When the cart runs into the leading edge, it actually does actuate, but that's not really how this thing is meant to actuate. And I don't know how long we can rely on the mechanical pressure. You can see, I mean, it's bending my nail, and if we're relying on plastic to do that motion, I don't think it's going to work out all that well. Ideally, we'd probably be just having the roller contact the cart as it comes in, right? That would be the best way to do it. Have it contact the upper edge of the roller and push it down. But these switches come in a bunch of different flavors, and these rollers are just sort of beside the fact. Usually these switches will just have this metal bar as a lever to press down. So that's how we're using it. Imagine if they hacked the fart box. Should be okay since it has read access to channel point rewards. Yeah, that's the only access that particular bot has. Burn the sub, so I'll reissue all the keys for it. So what happens right now is it does not hit it doesn't actually press the switch down on that lever, which is a little bit of a concern. I could redo these to move it up a little bit, but when it actually hits the end of this thing, that roller has nowhere to go but down. And so it actually smashes that roller pretty well. I can kind of rely on that to hit the switch at that point. What do you guys think about that? You think that's reliable enough? I don't think I have much of a choice at this point. I'm not bending the metal. Bending the metal is... God, you guys, with these ideas. Bending the metal is what got us into this problem previously. I believe that bending the metal is what caused the y-axis to shift. So in no way am I going to bend the metal for this. There's not much more room for me to offset the switch. I mean, I guess so. I could put it down by like another millimeter or something like that, but it's really going to need the amount of space that it's going to need to offset. I don't got 5 millimeters to give. 5 millimeters puts my screw holes out along the edge, which I could extend the switch mounts, but I don't think that's something that I'm going to do. Add a snout to the edge of the mover. That's what we had before, but we don't have that option anymore. I think it actually works, though. I think it also works as a bit of a mechanical stop, too. Because it won't go beyond that, so my cart won't unseat itself. There's potential to maybe damage it if things are in a runaway situation without the controller recognizing it. No, nothing here can physically hit the board. Yeah, the only thing to prevent it from overextending is this. So I could possibly put like a block here. I don't have a block. I'd have to make a block. I mean, I guess the spring will prevent it from going over the roller on that side. Look at the other side here. Maybe the other side's easier for me to operate. The mechanical resistance of this thing is pretty heavy because of the how taut the roller is. But the when I undo the belts, the axis is super smooth. So we've got that advantage. Yeah, so there's the switch. This thing's coming up there on it. Boop. I mean, I could move that switch up so that the ramp hits it, but then I don't know where it'll hit the ramp enough to actuate. I mean, ideally I'd make it adjustable, but you know, nobody's perfect. I don't know. I think this is okay. Is that gonna wear weird? That might wear weird. Guess think we should move it up by 1 millimeter? Maybe not 1 millimeter, maybe 0.5 millimeter. I mean, I can have that printed out in like, well, actually it took an hour for me to print 6 of these. I want to have 2 screw points on it, so I can't really rotate it 90 degrees. Are switches better than optical sensors in this application? No, but I'm just doing switches because that's what we have. I mean, I'm not... Man. Optical sensors also get dust. I mean, I'm just wondering what's going to happen over time with the roller like this. as our limit switch, and I don't know if it'll be that dire of a thing. But I mean, if I move it up, the original position for it was like what, 5 millimeters up from where it is, because these are 10 millimeter. Yeah, it was 5 millimeters from where it is, and at that point, the cart crashes into the button here and doesn't actuate it. So I could move it up like 2 millimeters even, and probably do a little bit better actuating it. Let's do that. Let me open Fusion 360 and get that started. Let me just get that started real fast. Actually, I could probably just do it on the other computer in like 5 seconds, because I've already got the drawings open. So I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna get that started on the 3D printer. It's not that glamorous. All I'm gonna do is click into a sketch and move things 2 millimeters up. I would do optical encoders. I just don't have, not optical, but I do Hall effect, like magnetic encoders. But I don't have the power run out to where the limit switches are. And I would, I need to test it and stuff. So just doing this will be fine. I'm not going to overcomplicate things for this implementation. So here, let me do this, and I'll still be right here, chat. Don't worry, I'll still be right here. This will just take me 2 seconds. I already got Fusion spooled up. I've already got Prusa ready to go. So I'll just go back to the step where I lock the device in its position, use a move command, click on the center of it, move it up 2 millimeters. And then go back, finish the position, go back through the timeline. Everything is different. It has now been moved. Oh, you know what? 2 millimeters gets it too close to the center. Actually, 1 millimeter is what I want. Control Z. Hit move again, select the center. Up 1 millimeter is a drastic change. That's gonna put it between where it is right now and where the switch bonks into the axis. So that should hit the ramp and click now. Boy, it looks, ugh. It doesn't look good like this. It doesn't need to look good. All right, so let me export these. Save as mesh. Don't touch the settings. Click OK. Save it. Click yes. Then we go to the desktop, and I go to the folder that has the thing in it. Wait, did it save? It's not at the top of the list. What's going on here? I'm gonna export it again just in case. Save as mesh. 3MF. Click OK. We're saving in the folder. Temp prints, save it there. Yes, I could probably have it like automatically go to Prusa, but I gotta print 6 of these things. So I need to actually put 6 of them. I need to drag one of them onto the bed, into the program, and then I need to add instance. Well, actually set number of instances, and I can just put 6 down. There we go. And then just for good measure, I'm gonna spread them out on the bed because I don't want my parts to like melt down. So the more I move the axis, the less accumulated temperature there'll be. All right, and then all I need to do is click slice now and then send the G-code over to the printer, and we're all good. All right, we're back in business. So that's gonna take 1 hour and 50 minutes to print. No, I know what I'm doing. I'm using the other computer where I have Fusion 360 open. All we needed to do was move the switch up a little bit from where it was. And so I decided instead of going through all the trouble of opening Fusion in here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I would actually just move it up a little bit and then get it to the slicer so that it could properly do everything, because our switches are a little bit low. So instead of that, I've moved it up by 1 millimeter. Now I gotta wait for those to print. That's right, though. We got plenty of other stuff to do, and we can move forward with the limits that we have right now. So yeah, let me get this out of here. I intentionally had the BRB up. I'm not dumb, chat. I know what's going on. I know what visuals I've got in front of me. I'm literally sitting right in front of a computer that has all of that stuff on it. Yeah. All right. All righty. Back to this. Back to this. See, the differentiation here is that what we wanted it to do is, oops, that's the wrong camera. What we wanted it to do is contact the ramp of the switch instead of that ball on the end. So I moved it up by 1 millimeter. And by moving it up by 1 millimeter, it seems like 1 millimeter is not going to be enough. But I guess that extra millimeter is going to give us the click of the ramp a little sooner, I hope. I don't know. It seems like we might even need to move it up further than that. Seems like that 1 millimeter is not going to, like, if I got 1 millimeter on the end of this, it's going to do that before it clicks over. Maybe I do need to move it all the way back up to center position on the mount. It may need that 2 millimeter because it clicks off like, where does it click? Right there. How far away is that? If that's 2 millimeters away, I got to stop this print. Hold on. So right now it's at 4. Right? That's at 4. That's at 6. Damn it, I need 2 millimeters. All right, back to the drawing board. Hold on. Well, not back to the drawing board. It's not that dire. Yeah, it's going to need the full 2 millimeters. All right. Hold for a minute. I'll be right back. I got to cancel a print and start a print and do all kinds of other stuff. Where's my BRB screen? Overlays. Overlays. No, that's not the right overlay. Why is that up? Oh, why did sound come in with that? That's not the right overlay. Oh, hold on, where is it? No, that's not. No, all right. Okay, there we go. Let's just, all right, just give me a minute. Give me a minute here. I gotta go to Octoprint and I gotta cancel the print. Cancel, yes. Cancel it. Cancel everything. Shut it all down. Shut all the machines down. I've made a dire error. Move it up by another millimeter. Click OK. Finish position. The timeline sorts itself out. Save as mesh. 3MF, good. Save it. Already exists. It's fine. All right, go to Prusa. Delete all the things. Get off of my bed, you weirdos. Get off of my print bed. This is my print bed. All right, put this thing back on. Drag it over. Make more instances. Set number of instances, 6. Has Prusa come out with a new version yet? I think that there was a new version coming soon. What I'd like to do is be able to mark on the bed where my run out position is so that I can know where to position things so that they don't interfere. All right, slice it, send it to the printer, click OK. An hour, 54 minutes later, we will get our parts. All right, there, that's resolved. Dear God, what is all this shit doing on the stream? All right, I think we're all sorted out. Man, I like this song. Too bad I gotta fade it out now because I'm back. All right, so that was so laziness prevails, right? I didn't want to open Fusion 360 on this computer today. So what I've done is I just moved stuff around so that I can get the proper positioning of the switches so they click off properly, right? So, what's up, Ducard? NDI, $1 eBay USB Wi-Fi dongle. When you use the second PC regularly, maybe you should throw NDI on it to send the desktop over to stream PC. I have an Elgato stream capture. I was using it last week. for the Saturday stream. I approve of your flannel. I don't use the blue one as much because I wear jeans and I don't want to look like I'm wearing denim armor. I have like 7 flannels that I go between, and that's all I own. You guys have no idea how depraved most streamers live. There's the 3D printer. It's starting up. It's getting its bearings right now. It's doing the homing that we were talking about before. That's not a wheat beer. That is a cider. That is a cider. Oop. There it goes. Look at him. It's got a little krausen on the top. Bubbling. There it goes. Come on. Bloop. There we go. So yeah, what we were talking about here, if you guys missed it, because people seem to come in and think that they're the only person watching. Blue flannel and blue jeans make you look like a Smurf. Yeah. No, I gotta lose all my fucking stomach weight, so I look like a human being. The cameras are at nice angles. No, it's solipsism and streaming. The only one that actually exists is you, Tomob89. Everything else is a figment of your imagination, including the streamer. So I'm getting rid of the weird hot glue that I've been using to mount these things because it's a little too janky, as well as 3D printing a little mount for these limit switches. These are the switches that I happen to have. These are the ones that I happen to have, but the problem is they're a little bit badly positioned. I got a 3D print. What was that? What's that, like German, like super bong? Milton Pike was talking about having one of those. I was curious about it. All right, so yeah, so this is, unfortunately, this is a little bit too harsh on the mechanics here. This is you can see stuff kind of moving around as the switch gets hit. I can see it anyway. It's like pulling up on this end. So what I want it to be is purely the downward motion of the cart hitting that ramp. The little switch bobble on the end should never be used in this system, and I would get switches that don't have the roller here. However, this is just what I happen to have. So a lot of the decisions here for Burn the Subs, even though I give it sort of the cream of the crop, I rise to the top. I usually give Burn the Subs, this project, the best stuff that I have, but I also like to use the stuff that I have sitting around the shop, because why hoard all of this nonsense if I'm not going to end up using it? So I want to use these switches. These are very similar to the switches that they use in the computer mice. These are the clicky switches of your generic computer mouse. So I'm lifting this up by 2 millimeters, which will look a little awkward at the bottom there, but it should allow this thing to click over when the cart passes over it, and then I can adjust it by moving it back and forth on the rails. That's what I've been working on over the Wednesday, was making sure that stuff gets printed, and then also changing all of my passwords and all of my stream keys. How are you guys doing? How is your password changing shenanigans? It turns out old passwords were not complicated enough for Twitch to really be happy with it. No, don't type your passwords into chat, please. Hunter 2. Oh no, how did you know my password? I was Googling my password the other day. Anywho, working on the Y-axis for the board. I did actually just reissue my stream key because Twitch forced that one on me too, which is good because, you know, hackers will have it now. See, I can't actually, like, the problem is this Y-axis, I can't, like, put down on a surface because it just, like, it just does that. It's so lopsided. Hey. Okay, so, couple things that we still need to do. I need to extend the wires here. And then, I guess I need to put this up. Well, the thing is, like, we should probably wait a couple hours for the 3D print to finish. In other stuff that I've been designing and building, I went through the trouble of making a mount for the little lights that are on top of the rails here. So I tried a couple things in order to create this 3D print. I think they worked out okay, but I don't know. Oh, but I can't use them. Well, I can if I break off one of the arms, which I guess is what I'll do. Yeah, what I did is I made this so that it hugs both sides of the rail, but it turns out in the places that I want these to exist, I guess this one might have enough room for me to use it. I'll show the part on the microscope in a minute so you guys can actually see what it is. Oh, that doesn't even fit. Why doesn't that fit? Wait a minute. What's going on here? Oh, there's a booger on it. Okay, we'll use the one without a booger. This one has less of a booger. PETG is the type of plastic that I print in, and it's food safe. But if you print with it a lot, and at the temperatures that I print at, it tends to booger up a lot. Yeah, it looks like I should have given it a little bit of clearance. I didn't do that. I guess I could do push-pulls on the different features, but you know, relying on everything to be exactly precisely 10 millimeters and not allowing stuff to have a little bit of a meltdown area, that's bad engineering, and I would never do that. So yeah, the solution for this is, of course, to just take this piece, this little bracket, and just go like this. Oh, dear God. What the fuck? I'm extremely weak. Weak streamer. Ah! Jeez. Man alive, that was a little difficult. Oh, yeah. My signature mark. Uh-huh. It's not what you think it is, chat. I needed to have the wire run out of this thing. Oh, I broke both of them. Well, good thing I have a bunch of these. Anyway, if I break one of them off, then I can do that. I can mount it like that, and it doesn't matter. So yeah, that'll hold the light, and then the wiring can come down through there. Not as precise as it used to be, but... So let's do that. I need to do those and make those nice and pretty. They're still pretty fragile, but at least I don't have to use hot glue. I think the solution here is to unplug all three of these. I need to remember that the yellow wire is towards me. I don't think I marked this in any way. I guess I could just unplug the two. Well, no, it's too late for that. Too late for that. Yeah, I can use flush cutters on the others. Just pliers to unplug these because I can't get my fingers in there. There we go. And then, oh, I need to undo the little harness piece right here. Oh boy, where'd all the wrenches go? I think I left them on the other desk. I took all my stuff over to the other desk because I was watching stuff last night while working. Oh no, here it is. There we go. Streamer isn't even popular enough to be on the list of doxed streamers, huh? Why would you watch such a Bush League stream, huh? He's not even one of the top earners on Twitch. He didn't even make it on the website that doxed everybody's salaries. Can you believe they're paying streamers these days? Where are my donations going to? You know, I subscribed to the stream. I didn't expect him to get paid money. Such a weird thing to have happen. Everybody's concentrating on the salaries, and boy howdy, is it not about the salaries, this leak. The big scandal is that the golden kappas aren't being randomly distributed. And actually, you can use a website to determine when you get a golden kappa. Yeah, what'd you think would happen? That Bezos would get all the money? It's so weird. I think in addition to it, there were some streamers that would complain about how much they were getting. But like, that's literally just what Twitch outputs. I don't know if it, so was it what Twitch gives the streamer, or was it like pre-percentages, or that was like the straight up pay, wasn't it? So strange that people were like shocked about this. Just Google sub counts and do some math. Yeah, you can get a general idea for it, and there were websites where you could look them up. I don't get why this is so complicated. All right, so 3D print. 3D print. One side has a lot of boogers, the other one doesn't. Basically what I did is I designed something that would take these little lights, right? These little lights here. I got 2 screw holes on the bottom, which is pretty neat. I couldn't really utilize these. These are a weird space to put the screw hole of your device, especially because I'm trying to mount it onto the maker beam rails. So what I did is I made a little channel for the wiring, and then I made the 2 screw holes. And I've adjusted them a little bit. I think they're 6.5 millimeter. I really hope they're 6.5 millimeter. Otherwise, I'm going to have a little conniption fit on stream. But then I had to make some kind of a housing around them that would then mount them to the maker beam. And the only thing that I could come up with is bolting it to the sides. I tried to have something where I did like an insert. I did like an insert into the maker beam in order to lock it in place. But the 3D printer made a piece that was way too big. I would have to do a lot of weirdly complicated push-pulls on that thing in order to get it to be the right size. This would have been the more minimal version of it. I decided to go a little bit crazier with the final version. So this one has a clamp on either side, but it turns out I didn't give it enough room. I could push-pull on all those surfaces and it would affect the thickness of things, but it's just too lazy. I'm just gonna pop off one end and then run with it from there. 3:30 a.m. Oh my God, time for sleep. Yeah. All right, man, go to sleep. Have a good morning sleeping. All right. God, it's already Friday over there. It's like Thursday after. No, wait, it's Thursday afternoon here. Never mind. It's like Tuesday in Australia. Jesus Christ. Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna clip off one end of this thing, and then it'll just be kind of like a corner mount. And it'll be a little sloppy, but I can't put more time into something like this. So that's where we're gonna sit with this one. Flush cutters, oddly available. Which end am I clipping? God, there's a lot of boogers on this. It comes with a 3D printer moving from piece to piece. It'll leak out a little bit over time as it moves around. And so as it moves around, it begins to kind of like dribble a little bit. And so when it reconnects with this material to start printing again, it drags that booger with it and deposits it on the side of your print. So you get weird stuff when you print a lot of little things with towers. Okay, you know, like as much pressure as I just put into it, it didn't even do me the decency to pop. Ow! That punched my finger really hard. All right, good enough. Good enough. So let's get this thing mounted. Honestly, if I knew that this would be the end result, I would have kept the round profile and removed some of the other stuff over here. But, oh well. So the way that this is going to mount will be straight onto the front, and then the light will be above it. And hopefully that'll look okay. I think it'll look okay. I think it'll look okay. Let's get all the hot glue out here. So here's something that I didn't consider when I first built it. When I first built these parts for mounting in the particular way that they do. Need more grub screws. I was thinking about using a grub screw. Let's be honest. I was thinking about using a grub screw. Yeah, this thing's got the wire coming directly out of the center there, which, I mean, boy, would it be a nice way to mount if I was able to, first of all, get this wire out of here, second of all, get a screw going down from the top, and then somehow get those screws coming in from the opposite direction. That's too much. It doesn't actually work. If I did a larger housing, one that had the trough for the wire exit, so the wires would exit with a trough, I'd have the 2 screws going through the housing holding that in, and then it would be, I guess, over top of that, I could potentially do a grub screw sticking out the back of it, and then I'd have to twist the whole thing around in order to screw it in to the end of the maker beam. The end of the maker beam is threaded. It's got a thread right there that I could have taken advantage of with a grub screw. So I could have had something that screws in and holds it and is relatively clean and doesn't have the side fasteners at all. I'm still considering that, but big butts, can't lie. I don't know if I have screws that are long enough for that. So 2 of the small laptop panhead screws in there, and then I've got the little chode running out the side where I can run the wire. That's all she wrote, basically. Wait a minute. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. I put the trough on the wrong side. No, wait, no. The trough's on the right side. No. That's on the right side. Okay. Oh, thank God. Man, I got a little nervous there for a second. Yeah, so the only problem is I didn't run the wire out. I didn't like open up this side in order to run the wire through. So what I need to do is I need to pull apart the connector. I need to pull apart the connector in order to run each of these out one at a time, and then I can plug them back into the connector. So all we need to remember is when we've got the connectors facing us and the opening is to the right, the yellow wire is on top. And then the yellow wire plugs in towards me when I plug it into the little board I made. That's what we got to remember. We got to keep those details in our head. All right. So these things, these little connectors, right? Futaba? No. I forget what these are called. These have a particular name to them. They're pretty notorious in the hobby circle. They're perfectly fine connectors. I don't think this is DuPont. DuPonts are just square. DuPonts are just square. These are specific hobby servo connectors, and they've got a name. I just don't remember what they are. I don't know, when eventually the short lurker wanders in, or if Groovy was around, they would know, but it doesn't matter. You get these with servos. They're very easy to use. What we need to do is we need to peel up these three little tabs. These three little tabs are made out of the same plastic as the rest of the connector, and it is the lowest bidder of plastic. This is like the cheapest, the most fragile plastic. You will not get away with bending that thing a lot. So what I do, and since these are easy, where are my tweezers? Hold on, I'm looking for my tweezers. Okay, I can't find my tweezers. So what I'm gonna do is, usually what I do is I use my tweezers and I just get under that a little bit, and I just bend up a little tiny bit to give it just the slightest of bends. So what I'll do is I'll use a knife to do this. Now the knife is well sharper than what is needed for this task. But if I put a little bit of pressure on it, because I'm actually holding the cable right here. Ow, 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 stop it, ow. God damn it. I'm holding the cable right here, right, with my middle finger. And then I'm putting just a little bit of pressure backwards on the cable. So now what I can do is just peel up each of these a couple times. Now, actually, with these, there might be a little bit of a ramp at the end of this thing. There might be like a little bit of a ramp at the end. I've seen some of the connectors that have that. So in order to keep that from contacting, what I'll do is I'll push forward a little bit on the wire, and you can see how these sort of like kind of nudge forward just a little bit. So I can do that, peel it up, and then pull back just a tiny bit. It doesn't look like these have a ramp. I might get away with it on these. So no, I can't. I gotta like selectively release it, and then it's like picking a lock. It's really weird like that, because you put that tiny little bit of pressure on the wire, and then this thing scoots back enough to hold that up. And then you do it for the next one. And then the whole thing almost pops off, but then everything gets caught again, so we gotta do it again. Do it again. Pull back, pick it up, pull it back. Come on. Pick it up, pull it back. Which one is still stuck? I think the top one read. Did it again. I'm just doing constant pressure right now. Yeah, there we go. You kind of get a feel for it after a little while. And then in order to reset those, I'll just roll my thumb on that a little bit. And that'll push them back down gently without breaking them. So you start breaking those, you start getting really frustrated. All right, so now we've got 3 separate wires, and I can thread those through properly. Assuming that I have the dexterity to do so. 1, a 2, a 2, there we go, a 3. Brett told me to just keep playing games. I'm not even playing games right now. How will my channel grow? All right, pull that through. Bonk. That's what our light's gonna look like on its little mount. I decided to widen the circle around the light itself a little bit. Yeah, doing a full slit would have been fine, but I just didn't think to do that. I don't need to. I could be a little fancy with it. I could be fancy. Are Saturn's Day game streams going to be a normal thing? I don't know. I might do it for a little bit. Let my hair down. Let's see. Where'd my kit of screws go? I think they're at the other desk. I gotta go get them. I think I left them over here. Yes, I did. Oh, along with all these. Eh. Yeah, these are the other limit switches and the mounts. Clicky, clicky, click. It's a little car. Or it's one of those Boston Dynamic robots. Or one of those robots from Battlefield. Are the characters in the new Battlefield like completely indistinguishable about what team they're on? I'd heard that complaint about the game. Obviously, I'm not a big Battlefield fan. We used to play the original 1942 Battlefield when it came out. When the demo came out. We're gonna need these. Take them with us. All right, so let's see. Luckily, these screws are ferro. They're a little bit ferrous. So they kind of stick onto the screwdriver, right? Oh yeah, I realized something about Satisfactory is that I actually was capable of unlocking a lot of the stuff. I didn't know that. I did it dumb. I could have unlocked like a shitload of stuff. So I actually did a little bit of work in doing that. I now have the gun. I now have the rifle, which is good because it works a lot better than the rebar. All right, let's get this thing over there. Yeah, see, that's holding on nicely. Better than hot glue, that's for sure. The only problem with that is that this will probably break. This piece right here will probably break off very easily if I'm not careful. But yeah, it's pretty good. Screws are sunken in there. This thing has enough room for the wire, and it'll come out there at an angle. Let's get the rest of this thing put together and configured, and we'll see how it holds on. These are just a little difficult to mount. They kind of assume that you're going to be mounting them to an RC car body, whereas I don't have that. I don't have such weaknesses. Boy, I really could use my tweezers right now. All right, so we need a maker beam bolt to go in there, which I happen to have. I made this bolt off screen. We baked the cake off screen. So yeah, that's going to go in there, and then the nut through it to hold it in place. I gotta be careful about being too hard on this thing because it'll break. This will break more easily than you think. I mean, it was pretty resilient when I tried to break them by hand, but I don't trust them. So yeah, if I can get that to go into its hole, it's too good for its hole. I just need something to push that, and tweezers would be great, but the knife is too sharp. The screwdriver is too clumsy. Maybe this will help. See how the residual hot glue is getting in my way. All right, there we go. So yeah, that's what it is. That's a little light mount that I now have. Wait, why is it crooked? What are you doing? My screw holes might still be off. And I can't get to that one now. I think my screw holes might still be off. If it's doing that, if it's lifting like that, maybe they are 7 millimeters apart. Hold on, I gotta get this bolt out of here in order to correct it. Oh boy. All my parts need adjusting. Oh no. I did my homework, but I did it all wrong. I mean, that could also be a result of there being stuff under it, but I don't think so. I backed this one out a little bit. Let's try to rein that one in. There we go. Maybe I just didn't tighten it all the way. I might have gotten caught on the 3D print in a weird way. I know, all the prep work and everything is wrong. I even tweeted that I got it right on the first try. At least I didn't have all the usual suspects of adjustment. This is more of a an adjustment to make sure that things just kind of like went down properly. There's already rust forming on this axis. What the fuck? What kind of cheap-ass stainless steel is this? All right, up to the top. I'm doing this on the microscope because everything's bigger and easier for you guys to see. So this is what we got to work with up here. I could mount this a variety of ways, but I believe the best way is just going to have this bolt front and center. So we've got the supporting axis, or the supporting crossbeam up here that we can't really mess with. So if I just do it this way, oh yeah, I forgot about maker beam. This is like the hardest way to mount maker beam, is by sliding it on to the axis. Let's see if I can get it right. What I'm doing is I'm twisting the bolt with my finger, because the bolt doesn't fit in sideways for very good reason. I mean, that's the only way you can torque them down, is if they hit up against the sides of the rail there. So I'm trying to get it to slide in properly from this side. All right, I think I got it. Huh, that trough should allow this thing to bottom out. There it goes. Ha! I did it! I am the wiener! Okay, so let's tighten that up. Now the lens, you can see that the lens is falling off. I mean, let's not have any pretense here. This thing is still very flimsily mounted, and it will break if I like bounce this into something. All right, that's one of them mounted. Look at that, beautiful. I could run this down that rail if I want to. I don't think I'm gonna do that, because I'd have to then trust it to stay in the rail over here and not get in the way. And I don't trust it. I don't have anything to like hold it into the rail, so that's just a convenient exit point for the wiring. But hey, that looks pretty solid. I was gonna say it looks good, but I don't know if I count that as looking good, but it looks pretty solid. I'm not going to test its strength. I'm not going to test its strength. Presumably, we will not have this thing go through a test of strength, a minor test of strength. All right, so I run the cable down there, and then we get the next one. This is such an awkward frickin' axis. I swear. I swear, chat, it's so hard to work with. The lopsided front-heavy axis that just wants to tilt forward for no reason. Well, other than the fact that all the weight is there. When it's actually held up on the board, I mean, all that weight is going to be vertical weight and not weight to, like, tilt it forward. So we've at least got that. So I only have 2 of these things left, so I have to use both of them. And I guess I've got to clip both of them, too. So this one is going to sit opposite of that one, and I want to have both of these wires go in the same center area. So I got to make this one work. So I got to pick a couple boogers off of it from the PETG. So if that mounts there, that'll mount like this, and then that's the wrong side. So it'll mount like this. All these hairs running off of the thing. So it'll mount like this, and I clip this one. Got to make sure that I clip the right one. I only have one shot at this. Well, I could also print more. It's only time. Time is money. There we go. Clonk. Man, PETG is always kind of a little surprising with its strength. All right, so there's that. Let's get a light. It's this one. And then I got to get the things out of the things in order to make the things do the thing. This is the test one, and we thought that roughing up the outside would make it shine better. So this one is permanently ruined. I can get blue lights, but those aren't as cool as orange lights, you know? It's got to have that little industrial feel to it, you know? You know, you guys know. You guys know, you know. You get it. All right, let's get these pins out of here. Twitch is quiet today. You guys are quiet. How's everybody doing? Now, if my internet cuts out, it's because they're doing work on the internet here. There's Verizon trucks at the beginning of the neighborhood, at the entrance to the neighborhood. They're lowering property prices. They detected that I had internet, and they're trying to resolve that issue. That's the wording of the actual email, was that they detected there was an outage, and like I still have internet, so I don't know. Doing well. What are we working on? And Bellum 128 has arrived. Yeah, you can spend an hour polishing it up. Yeah, right. What are we working on? This is the y-axis of my laser etching table, I guess is what you would call it. It's not a table. It sits on my wall, and it hoists a large plank of wood. When a user subscribes to this channel, the only reason that people would subscribe to me, it's not really because they enjoy supporting me. I know people are shocked that streamers actually make money. So the only way that I've been able to con people into subscribing to this channel is that if they subscribe, their name ends up on this plank of maple. And it's actually funny to see what kind of names people have managed to get up there. But it's nice to give something back to the people who decide to support all of the shenanigans that we go through here on a daily basis. It could be argued that it is a z-axis. X and Y, I think, is the best thing. Because Z, your Z assumes you are lifting from the workpiece. I like it to be in orientation with the piece you're actually working on. Now it would be cool. It would be cool if... I have FiOS, which just means probably at the beginning of the neighborhood, there is a wired, like a fiber connection. I wish I had fiber running into the house, but I don't know what assumptions people have about how American internet works. Playing with the idea of making my own cut the sub board. I don't know anything about electronics except that it can let out magical smoke. Man, that's a hell of a starting place, I'll tell you what. Going from nothing to this is that's going to be a little bit of a trip, man. I'm not going to say it can't be done, because it certainly can. But you got some stuff to learn. You're certainly watching a good channel to get the basics of it. But yeah, I didn't just buy this thing off of Amazon. We actually went on a whole odyssey of creation in order to create the entire the board, including vetting out laser diodes and motion axes and stuff like that. The whole thing's built out of Maker Beam because it was a little bit improvisational to a degree, you know? People have asked if they could just use my code, and I've been like, yeah, I ain't selling it. But I don't hear about a lot of other boards on Twitch. Not a lot of laser etching boards on Twitch. You got people like Claw Arcade that have all kinds of cool, like, arcade implements that you can check out. That's a fun one. Just trying to align the screw holes. It's like all bets are off on this thing. I mean, technically, these screw holes should be large enough that the screw just falls through, but they're not. You're asking me questions that just do not get answers. We don't... Oh, guys, you don't... unless you're doing it professionally, it's not a good idea to figure out how much your project costs. You can do it, but it's a painful thing. Also, I really don't want to share with you guys that cost. I'm done having budgets doxed. You guys can go on the Twitch payout leak and figure out how much I'm actually getting paid, how little. Do you publish your code and design in GitHub? Yep. I don't publish the design. I haven't done that yet. I was thinking about making like a section of the GitHub for the Fusion 360 designs. That would probably be something that I should do. Not in the top 10K. I'm not even on the website. I'm not even on the web. Somebody made a website and they went, wow, look at all these entries. I could really have a comprehensive list of all the top earners. What's this bullshit at the end? And they cut oh bother out of the bottom of the list. The website's only 10K. Welcome to your top 80K streamer. God, I'm pathetic. All right, anyway. Sitting here trying to do electronics projects. Not even getting any viewers. The grow on this channel has been very, very glacial. Which is okay, because, to be honest, if I make too much, then I can't afford insulin. So, unless things pop off suddenly, it's actually good that we are growing in the way that we grow. Until stuff happens legislatively to allow me to exist while trying to sort of carve my own niche on Twitch, until something happens with that, it's okay. God damn it, where's this other screw hole? I can't find it. I want to break this thing. I gotta be really careful with it. There's barely any threads that stick into this thing. I think maybe it's like trying to push me over to the side because of the, there's a little bit of hot glue left in the wire hole, so I think that's pushing me around. So that's why you're really rebuilding BTS. I have to slow down the subscriptions. Actually, no. When BTS goes live, it's going to be like a major, like, influx of subs. That's what happened last time. I made a decent amount of money, and I immediately invested it back into Burn the Subs. So, even during the slowdown, while we're sort of reinventing Burn the Subs, there have been a significant number of people resubbing, and I'm very thankful to those individuals who decided to stay in my corner here. Why is this fucking thing is just, it's fucking with me. That's what it's doing. I've already got an idea for what Burn the Subs 4 is going to be like. I'm thinking ahead. Made a mid-engined. I have made mid-engine cars. The number of times somebody comes up to me and says they were thinking about doing it, just leave me alone. Yeah, well, listen, you're talking to somebody who is basically bathing in that sort of phenomenon. I love hearing about projects, though. Not I'm thinking about doing it, but projects just in general I really like hearing about. And I would love it if you guys would share your projects on my Discord. Look at that subtle plug for Discord. I'm not doing that. No, you guys have all kinds of ideas and I'm just not doing it. Would you please? Every time I try this stupid... All right, hold on. Yeah, bother, do my project idea. No, people aren't quite... Occasionally we get somebody who comes in here and is like, you know, I'm an ideas guy. I have all the ideas. Let the engineers figure everything else out. My ideas are worth money. And it's like, no, they're not. Ideas are a dime a dozen, especially around here. Every now and then, you guys do have good ideas, and I'll follow them and stuff. But a lot of the stuff you guys want me to do is like radically changing how things are done, and we don't need to do that. We don't need to do that. We're doing pretty good with the stuff that we got, and we want to keep realistic expectations on everything. Bother, come to my house and set up my Wi-Fi. You plug it in. That's all you do. You just plug it in. That's all you do. Your Wi-Fi is set up. Congratulations. It's so easy. Why is this fighting me? This one screw will not allow me to screw it in. I'm having so much trouble. Yeah, so yesterday I was watching Brett Ultimus. He does D&D streams and stuff. He's a pretty cool guy. He's on the list, but he was talking about the leak, and I was like, I'm not even on the list. And Brett was like, why don't you play more games then? I'm like, I didn't want to correct him and say, dude, we both do alternative to gaming content. You're thinking about sending me your programmer? I'll be happy to check it out. I'll probably complain about stuff on it, but but it'll be fun to use. It sounds like you're making a pretty cool little product there. Why is this not... Okay. I'm gonna get calm. The screw isn't really too short. I only need like 1 or 2 threads to go into this thing because this is metal and this is plastic. I'm gonna cough. Just give me 1 sec. Okay, there we go. So yeah, what's happening right now is that I'm getting claw hands because I've got to hold this in you know, the ever so lovely pinching fingers that I've been given. My giant meat sausages. Yeah, that's an emote from Brett. The spinning raccoon. Play more games, streamer. Look, I can't. I don't. That's not what I do. I think also what's happening is the wiring is pushing it all to the side. So I may be having a little bit of trouble there. God, I'm almost out of insulin, chat. I'm almost out of insulin. What happened was my prescription ran out of refills, and CVS went, oh well. Right? I've got an auto-filling at a particular date so that I can very subtly save up insulin in case something happens with the supply chain. And then something fucking always happens with the goddamn supply chain. So CVS decided that this life-giving medication doesn't really deserve my attention, and they just said, hey, we're going to fill your prescription soon. But what they neglected to do was tell me that there were 0 refills on the prescription. So I don't even know what the fuck I'm supposed to do going forward, is just like check it like it's my email. Am I supposed to go on CVS website like as a daily routine in order to make sure that everything is honky-dory? I'm so angry at the fact that they have every other single type of feasible reminder on that fucking website so that it can email me 10 times a day about coupons. But when my prescription that is required to keep me alive and from having a horrible, screaming, painful death where your blood literally turns into acid, they can't be asked to send me a little fucking reminder. Mine will usually ask me if I want a refill. What happens is it goes to the pharmacist as needing to request a refill. And then I think what my doctor's office has, my doctor in Philadelphia, I think what they have is a fax machine that's positioned over a shredder. And when that request is faxed in, it just goes right into the shredder. Because they never, I don't know where the disconnect is, if it's CVS or if it's my actual doctor, but somewhere in between, signals just, they turn into ash. And so I am responsible for making all these requests. So I made a request yesterday and told them it was a little bit of an emergency because I probably have 1 more reservoir until I'm out of insulin, but they didn't do anything. So I got to keep an eye on that today to see if they actually follow through. And usually they do during office hours, which is like 4 p.m. Oh, this is the kind of stuff that I've had to deal with my entire life. Ooh, I got it. There we go. I did it. I did it. All right. All it took was me to channel and focus my energy into complaining. Yeah, I can call the doc directly, which is what I'll do on Friday if I still don't have a prescription. And then it'll be an emergency. But I didn't want it to be an emergency. I had a whole month of insulin stashed up as extra. But there were some, like there are today, there were some supply chain issues. It always fucking happens, doesn't it? The U.S. healthcare situation never ceases to amaze me. Yeah, this is a little less the healthcare situation right now. It's not like the exorbitant cost of insulin is particularly damaging to the story right now, but it always exists. There's always a problem with it. I hear other healthcare systems are probably a little better. Like you don't have to constantly prove to the government that you actually still have diabetes and did not somehow magically cure it. I hate that so much. You have to prove that you still have diabetes. Are you sure you need this medication? Let me check with my pancreas. Oh, it's dead. let me check my islets of Larange to see if they're still producing insulin. Nope. Nope, I didn't magically genetically fix myself. Gotta have 3 to 6 months supply like your cash emergency fund. Or what, I have to pull insulin out of my bootstraps? The only saving grace and the reason that I haven't been in major trouble with this kind of supply chain shit is that every now and then, like once or twice in your lifetime maybe, the pharmacist is permitted to just give you a bottle of insulin. I don't know if they still do that, But every now and again, the pharmacist is permitted to just give you a bottle of insulin. And that has saved my life on occasion. The joys of living with a condition. Even with everything, the national health system in the UK, we still have to keep proving that nothing's changed. Yeah. Oh, wait. You still have diabetes? It's like, did they come up with a cure? A cure? No. We wouldn't cover that anyway. Yeah, no, they didn't cure it. Oh, are you sure? We need a note from your doctor to prove that. It's like, are you fucking with me? Like, what is this? It's like a comedy. My doctor's awesome, so I feel really bad when I hear these stories. I mean, my doctor's amazing. I have a very excellent doctor, and I do not plan on... My complaints on this subject are not necessarily... Because I can't exactly pin it down to who's fucking it up, but at least I know the problem exists, and I can work around it. But yeah, it's a major pain in the butt, man. All right, that one's in. Let's get this one in. Don't really have a good way to test these. I mean, I guess I can plug them in at the connector with power. Yeah, I could do that. I think your countries press overemphasizes the positive aspects of other countries' healthcare, downplays the downsides for political reasons. Probably, but I don't. Those are good political reasons. If they want to reforming healthcare is never bad. I don't think there's a need to, like, you know, examine the bias in the reporting there, because whatever they're doing, everybody is appalled at how terrible the U.S. healthcare system is, and nothing is being done about it. So maybe they're not doing enough. Because, man alive, am I sick of my own situation. It's anyway, I don't mean to go on about that. I'm just having some trouble right now with supplies. Just having a little trouble with supplies, and it happens periodically. But it's like a little mini game that you got to play as a diabetic. That and purchasing an Xbox every month in insulin, which is a wonderful little hormone that your body produces that tells it when to use sugar. You get too much sugar in your blood, turns into acid. You got acid for blood, which sounds great on paper, but it is not great. It is, do not be fooled. It is not great. Oh boy, we got to release this one, which is fairly long. My options are to either cut it and resolder it, or to move it out of here. Can you buy an Xbox? No, I'm talking about the cost. Talking about the cost before you say something toxic. Where did the little thing go? There it is. So I got these little wire nuts to hold everything down. I feel like these should be attached to the tray, but the tray's there just to put something for the drag chain to hit up against, and just to sort of keep all of this stuff away from the wood. It doesn't really need to be here, but I think it's nice to have. Technically, I could try to, if I really wanted to make it fancy, and I was debating whether or not to do this on the original burn, well, when I originally built this, what I was debating on doing is actually having the laser go down through the center of this piece, but that in there, that up there, and then the nut for it is nowhere to be found. Perfect. I had one of them nuts with the washer built in. Where did it go? There it is. Found it. Well, one of them at least. Hearing stories of fellow people with cerebral palsy in the U.S., I'm so glad that I'm in the U.K., yeah. However, would more of a choice over medication? Yeah, cheap stuff they give you. Well, so yeah, and there are probably complaints to be had about other countries' healthcare systems, but I mean, having the guarantee that at least your insulin is being covered by the country takes a lot of stress out of having diabetes. It takes the indentured servitude of it away. Because, like, gotta get a job because you need health insurance. Job barely covers health insurance. And then you need to basically put a large percentage of your paycheck into buying stuff that continues your quality of life to the degree where you can have that job. I'm from Argentina. When I was working in the U.S. as an independent contractor, I was fucking terrified of breaking a leg. Yeah. $200 aspirin. Having some dental work done. No, teeth are luxury bones. They're only to be possessed by the rich. Yeah, teeth are luxury bones here in the United States, which is absolutely atrocious because they're, teeth are a medical thing. The only reason we consider it different is just because of the way, I don't know. I think, how did that happen? I think that was like, I forget. I read about how that happened, but I forget now. But it was like a bunch of weird circumstances of the way we used to run stuff. For some reason, made teeth special luxury bones. We might just cut this and restring it because it's way too long. This is for the laser light, and it's like absurdly long. Code Rush trading with a party of 18. I misread the number. Code Rush, how you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. You're a fellow streamer of the bottom, 10,000? The bottom 10,000 streamers, those of us that are not special enough to have been included in the leak. All the cool kids got leaked. They got leaked all over. We can get leaked. I mean, we're probably in the data set, but we're not on the website. Yeah, the bottom 10,000. Welcome to the lower 10,000, kid. Here's your shovel. Yeah, we're not cool enough. All the other streamers I consider to be peers, turns out they're in the upper 10,000. The jerks, glad to be here. Yeah, it's a good place to be, man. We're pretty chill. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. I hope everything went well over there. We're gonna be getting into Python soon, probably next week. Right now, I'm noodling around with the mechanics of the actual board. And if you guys don't know what this is, those of you coming from Code Rush, those who asked earlier and were linked to the YouTube video, here's the personal explanation of what this thing is that I have to give every 45 minutes or so. This is Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs is a piece of wood on my wall. This piece of wood on my wall is going to have a randomly distributed group of names on it. No, it's not MicroPython. What is up with you people and trying to reinvent the wheel? Yeah, let me go over to MicroPython or some bullshit like that. Let's use the code that only uses one word to make all of its code in order to build my board. No, I'm just Python, just regular Python running off of a Raspberry Pi. It's like the easiest thing you can possibly do. There is big virtue to doing things the easy way. That's how engineers build careers. We want to do stuff easily because we don't want to lose support for stuff. Okay, anyway, so what this thing is it's a board on the wall that logs into the Twitch API, and when somebody subscribes to this stream, this very stream you're watching, when somebody subscribes to the stream, it gets a return off of the Twitch API, processes it, randomly distributes the name somewhere on the board, turning it into G-code, and then streaming it over to a G-code interpreter that's going to move stepper motors around. And so what'll happen is the name will be burnt physically onto the board using a blue laser, which looks cool, and it'll make the board look cool. So this live edge board that I've got up here is the new board. It's the new Burn the Subs board. It may have a little bit less surface area, but what we're going to do with the board, it's not going to last as long. It'll probably last about a year. We haven't really been able to run tests, but the previous board held 5,500 names until it was broken. 5,500 exactly. There's 5,502 in the database. So what's going to happen right now is we're going to finish the mechanics. The board's going to have a little bit less surface area. Then we're going to get into the code. What we need to change in the code are a couple key things. And I've got a list of stuff that I need to work on. It's in my notebook. But what we need to do once we're done putting the mechanicals back together is we need to go into the Python. We need to define a larger area for the board. We need to change the way that it is making the names to go up on the board, because what we're going to have is another entry into the database. We're going to have a new entry, whether it is a gift sub or not. We don't really need to do that in the database, but I'll keep track of that for the hell of it, and then we can get a good distribution of gifts and non-gift sub names. We'll have data for the next test that we run for the next board. But what's going to happen is we are going to have dual line font names at the smallest size they can possibly be for people who subscribe straight up to the board. People who subscribe to the channel straight up. The single line font that I created specially for the board. I need to burp. Hold on. I'm just burping. The single line font is going to be used in order to burn the names of people who are gifted subs. And so those will be smaller, and there will be a nice distribution of names, but it's all going to be the same size, except for the single line font names are going to be smaller, right? So all the names are going to be the same size over time. So there won't be sort of this exponential decrease in name size. Typically on the old boards that happened too quickly, the double line versus single line font. It was like a week and a half until all the double line fonts were used up. And we were on like single line fonts for like 2 years. So instead, on this new board, it's going to be all the same size. No. Well, anonymous gets nothing. It's still a gift sub, so it'll still be a gift sub, right? We'll use invisible ink for the anonymous gifts. All right, so what I did is I cut this wire because it's absolutely freaking crazy long, and this is too much, right? That's too much. We only need it to reach this little circuit board over here. And in the next version of the board, I'll have to buy a whole new set of these lights. Should we do like red lights on the next one? Red lights are really like medical, though. I don't want it to look medical. I want this thing to look like a piece of industrial equipment. All right, so I'm going to cut this here. Interesting change, should be nice. Yeah, you would say something like that. Tim 19862. That's such a fucking Tim thing to say. God, what a fucking God. Now, yeah, it'll be nice to have that little change in the board. All right, so I need to get I need to get this whole light out of the spiral wrap that I put on here. Man, that spiral wrap is a little preemptive, isn't it? I probably should have waited to put that on. Oh boy. There we go. I gotta undo all the spiral wrap. Is purple laser better than red green? Blue violet. Blue violet has an ultraviolet component to it. And that ultraviolet component burns wood better. It'll turn the wood into creosote. I could probably shorten these too. Maybe I should do that. It'll turn the wood into charred wood much better. You could probably get a red laser to do that job. You could probably get a green laser to do that job. Green lasers, at least so far as I know, are more complicated because they start with a higher frequency laser, and then they put it into a crystal that lowers the frequency, I believe. Maybe the crystal doubler? Is it a crystal doubler or is it a crystal halver? I forget which one it is, but it puts it into a crystal that changes the frequency, and so there's more parts and expense to green lasers, although laser prices are absurd now. They're like $1. So, yeah, anyway, that's the plan. The blue lasers are the best ones to use both visually for the purpose of actually having something that looks cool on stream. This is going to be such a pain in the ass to restring. Something that looks good on stream visibly, and then also burns the wood. I mean, I could use an infrared laser, but I don't want to buy an infrared laser diode and work with that. Infrared laser diodes are particularly dangerous because you don't see them, believe it or not. You're unable to see, yeah, I'm personally unable to see infrared frequencies, and so as a result, they can really damage your eyes if you're not careful around them. I don't feel like being super duper ultra careful around this laser, so. No, it's not a Star Wars thing. No, yeah. No, yeah, nah. Yeah, I'll probably shorten this. That might be a good idea to do. Keep that a little bit less crazy. I didn't know what the distance would be to the laser originally, so I put a little bit extra on there, but I can just clip that up here and then resolder it. I'll have to put new shrink wrap on it and everything. Oh man, so many little edits to this thing. Yeah, I mean, you can do that. You can mix lasers and make mixed frequencies, but then the components are still very sort of rigid. Where did that one come from? What the hell was that one? Why, there's like random hardware falling off of this thing. Very strange. I've had to like reinvent this entire axis. I'm getting a little pissed off with it. There's random hardware falling out of this. Where did that even come from? I gotta look around to see if I'm missing any components. Oh, it looks like we're good. Oh, there it is. That's where it came from. There it is. Found it. So this right here, and then this right here. That went right here. Yeah, laser pointer prices are pretty crazy these days. God damn it. And then just as that thing drops, my glucometer beeps at me. What do you want? You little bastard. Oh, okay. High BG was entered 2 hours ago. Yeah. All right. I wish I could turn that off. I can't. God, that thing pisses me off. I don't know what it is with T-Slim, man, but they put every alert they could possibly put in the pump. And it's very irritating because I can't actually turn them off or down. They think like I would have a health crisis if I did that. As if I'm that like out of tune with what's going on. The frustrating thing is that most diabetes technology, most of the stuff that I have in order to run my pancreas is built for much older Americans or much older people, because there are a lot of very old diabetics. And so most of the stuff has big screens with big numbers on it and everything. Big numbers on big screens. I'm like, dude, my eyesight is way better than that. Okay, so I locked this thing in, and now it's actually pushing that chain to get caught in these bolts right here. So what I need to do is move that up just a little bit. This is a very much shaving the yak kind of thing around here. This is a yak shaving project. Constantly finding new things that need to be done, and then doing those things in order to do other things. So right now what we're trying to do is get that other light mount on that I made. And it's causing this cascade of little adjustments. But that's what this thing is. This is a project that I just kind of like pulled out of my ass. And with ass projects, just like ass pennies, everybody touches them. I gotta make sure it works out. I don't know what I'm saying. I just wanted to reference ass pennies. All right, let's get this thing back in there. Okay, circuit board's held down. I want to make sure that that jumper stays right there, because otherwise it's going to flex those wires on the board and eventually break. Bring you guys in a little closer here. Focus the camera so you can see what's going on. So we're working on the y-axis, and I'm working on getting the little rotating light on here without using hot glue. So now I've just released this whole thing. Tell you something, I forget what wire goes to what. I think I cut out a little section of the wire though. Yeah, that's sitting right here. So we can at least reference this in order to get the wiring right again. I did not have a stock of multicolor wire when I did this. So what I used is the gray flat cable, but I used the gray flat cable that has pin 1 marked at least. So that one pin has a black stripe on it. So I'll know that that one goes to brown. I think it's continuous. I think the heat pipe would be continuous. What happens inside of a heat pipe is you have a particular layer of, I think it's salts or something like that, that are like baked on to the inside of the pipe. So the inside of the pipe has a surface that sort of looks like a playa. It's sort of like a dry lake bed. It's full of cracks. And those little cracks work as capillaries in order to bring coolant that's being kept at a near vacuum. Coolant that's being kept at a near vacuum will use those capillaries to do capoeira and move themselves up all the way up to the top here, right? And so with that capillary action, we get liquid coolant up here. Actually, wait, never mind. It doesn't need the capillaries for this. Liquid coolant falls using gravity. Actually, you know what? Liquid coolant probably pools right here and then uses the capillaries to get up there. But anyway, that liquid coolant gets up to where the heat is being generated, and it boils off, taking all the energy with it, and then that steam will find its way up to the fins where it recondenses and finds its way back down to wherever it needs to go. Active passive cooling is what it's called. So it's constantly doing an exchange. So it doesn't, I don't think it oscillates in any way, shape, or form. I think it's pretty constant in the fact that there is a pretty big amount of metal that gets warm where the laser is, and then a pretty big amount of metal over here that's cool where ambient temperature is. Possibly at ambient temperature there would be like a tendency for it to oscillate in a minor way, but I don't really know. But yeah, active passive cooling. It doesn't have any sort of energy that goes into the system other than heat. Getting rid of the hot glue. The hot glue was a mistake. Gumming everything up, making it hard to work with. It at least provides me with a little bit of strain relief on the wires, but aside from that, not great. Not a great idea. Not my greatest idea, using hot glue. Although hot glue did hold these things up for like 2 point whatever years. 2.6 years. Multiple years. I gotta get all this stuff away from the edges of the wire because otherwise it won't necessarily fit in my 3D print. Okay, so now let's see. We're putting this light on the top of that thing because that's where it's most visible, and this thing will be held vertically, so that the little light will be at the top. I could have done 2 lights on it, but the other light I sanded down the lens on it, and so this is our test light, and it didn't work out so well. So anyway, this thing here. And if I want, I can have it exit that way and put the bolt right up front. I'm putting the bolt up front where it's visible, where I can get to it. So I'll cut this one off. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do, that'll do. Unfortunate that I got to do this, but oh well. Okay, here's that. Good, good, good. I can thread the wire through. It's a long-ass wire. It's a long-ass wire is what it is. Does electric current affect the qualities of copper? No, heat affects the qualities of copper. So, I mean, electricity and heat are interrelated in that the copper has a certain amount of resistance, but if you're not heating up the copper significantly, its properties aren't really going to change. Questions are kind of out there, huh? I hope this might not fit in the tray that I've given it to fit in. Well, we'll make the best of it. Yeah, long ass wire and ass pennies. Is it longer than the other one? It is. Well, probably should stick with the shorties. Trying to use them up anyway because I don't use them for anything. The little tiny ones, little tiny screws that fit through a millimeter of material. Actually, do I need the slightly longer ones? Maybe not. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Solder's not copper. It's silver and lead. And then a solder joint is covering over the copper. It's tinned. So that should be corrosion resistant, but then liquids and stuff will make their way into the wire, between the wire jacket and the wire sometimes. So on older connections, and especially when you have bad wiring that was like soldered together hastily and not really given a good shrink wrap, environmental corrosion will get in there and kind of ruin the connection a little bit. It'll make the wires weaker. But I'm sure you could Google this to get better answers than what I have, because I'm sitting here trying to put lights on my thing. Oh, I don't remember that one on UCB. Yeah, UCB is like, it's one of those like, hey, how do you put it? It's like an underground hit kind of thing, you know? Like people don't talk about it much, but it seems to come up all the time. What a great show. Wasn't there was like a resurgence of UCB. Didn't they make new skits or something like that recently? Oh, there, that one had way less drama than the other one. Probably all the prep work that I did and getting the hot glue away from the things. Man, this is something that I should have done a long time ago, is mounting these lights with like actual stuff. I don't think I even had the 3D printer back then. When does Dewey get back from his business trip? He bought one of my moderators bought a 3D printer. I'm excited to see what he's going to cook up with it. Okay, so that is going to now mount to right next to the laser, and it's going to use another one of these guys. Glad I have all this hardware sitting out. Would everybody be totally bored if I do Satisfactory on Saturday, or should I switch it up? One thing that I might save for Saturday, I don't know if I'm going to do it on my save in the meantime, is I got to start making ammo. I have to start making automated ammunition stuff, and I think it requires each rifle cartridge, each rifle, what is it? Magazines, I guess. Each rifle magazine requires you to have a beacon, and a beacon is a 4-part device. So there's a lot of stuff that I need to build. I'll probably need to piss off the guy that I'm playing with, because I'll de-optimize his super optimized setup by stealing coal, unless I get all the resources myself, which are just a massive pain in the ass. Dropped everything. More Satisfactory on Saturday. All right, yeah, we'll do one more of those, and then I gotta branch out, because I gotta do other games. You know, I can't just do just that one factory game. I'll have to install Kerbal, and I mean, I got Valheim. I could join a server for Valheim. I think Rabaz had a server for a little while. I wonder what happened to that. I might join the Rabaz server and just kind of carve my own life in Viking Town. What are you doing in our server? All right, there's the light for the laser. Look at how solid that is. I'm so happy with that. This fucking thing. This motherfucking piece of shit. Why do you do this? Stop it. Stop it. Oh, I moved the back ones. I didn't move the front ones. I measured the actual location of the board mounts and moved these ones in front. The ones in back have not been moved yet. But yeah, the board is going to mount here, and the laser is going to be able to go past it. But that L bracket goes like that. Yeah, that laser is going to go way past. So we'll have basically the whole board should be reachable by laser. Odin forbid you join our server. Why do you join my server? To crush my enemies. To hear the lamentation of the women. Scrap mechanic is another factor. I've heard of scrap mechanic, yes sir. May want to check that one out. I don't know. We can keep it bother themed if we really want, or I can actually branch out and play different games. You know, I could play story-driven kids games. I have a dream of becoming just another game streamer on this platform for game streaming. No, we're not. I'm not going to let that overtake all the cool mechanical stuff that we do here, right? That bar is going to act as a little wire organizer. That'll be nice. All right, those two connections are there. We got all this stuff. We got all that stuff. Everything is kind of sorting itself out. Sorta. I might not have had to cut the... I might not have had to cut these. This thing mounts here. You can't see what I'm doing. Hold on. Just don't fall into the Minecraft trap. The stuff I do in Minecraft, everybody would hate me. Nobody would watch my Minecraft streams because I play vanilla. We play vanilla with one glass texture, and we feel bad about the one glass texture. All right, so I do need to extend these, but it's by like an inch. Those 2000s Disney games? No, 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 no. Pajama Sam. What was the one with the clam? I like that game. We do Frog Detective. Now I'll come up with something. We'll do more interesting stuff in terms of gaming. Gaming will happen once a week though, so that's gonna be occasional gamer. Hi, I'm occasional gamer. Oh bother. Pardon me if I become a gamer every now and then. Five Nights at Freddy's VR. No, I mean I do have the VR stuff. I remember Djibouti's show. One of the few times that they've ever tuned in, I think I scared them away because I was literally taking apart my VR controllers, and those things do not like to be taken apart. Let me tell you something. They're snapped together to within an inch of their life. They have snaps on them, and the snaps are evil. They are absolutely evil snaps on those things. Shenzhen IO, and it would be just like working. Oh, God. No, the problem with Shenzhen IO is that I do everything wrong, and it'll probably yell at me constantly for doing everything wrong. I thought for a second you said occasional beaver. What? Get your head checked. That's not what I said. While we're here, I'm going to move the belt back, just so I don't forget to do this. Retro game emulators. Are you allowed to do that on Twitch? I don't think you are. I think you have to have the hardware. You can. I don't know. I don't know what retro games I'd play. I don't think you guys would enjoy some of that stuff. I've had my head checked. Shit's fucked. Alright. That works. Alright. Moving the belt down, I'll give us a little bit, give the cart a little bit of space to exist. I'll fix some. I just heard a big click from the printer. I don't like that. If I hear more clicks, I'm gonna have to actually check on it. I actually haven't checked on the printer since I started it. One sec. Let's I gotta make sure that it's not fucking destroying itself back there. Take a look. Let's take a look. Let us observe the printer. Yeah, it looks a little bit crazy, but it's all right. Ooh, that might be an axis shift. No, it doesn't look like an axis shift. Maybe. Every now and then, my printer has the tendency to shift in its axis, and I don't know why it's doing that. This layer might have shifted. Yeah, it looks like it did. There's, yep, this layer shifted. I don't know why. There's no boogers on the nozzle. Why do you shift? Why did you do this? Why did you do this to me? I mean, like, it could maybe shake itself a little too much, but everything seems to have a really solid connection in here. The extruder connection's fine. Connection over at the motor over here. Check up on it a little bit. I'm gonna have to restart this print, so I'm gonna have to cancel it now. That is cider. It's spooky season. I'm brewing me some cider. Anytime you want to load, that would be great, Octoprint. Why do you do this? Why you did this? Can it only open one browser window at a time? Oh, that's fantastic. Alrighty, I'm gonna go over to the other computer where I've already got it open. And hit cancel. Oh God, it was 60% through the print too. What a bunch of bullshit. All right, so I gotta let that cool down and then I gotta pop everything off. Do you have a press for apples? I don't, no. My local supermarket will carry apple cider though. They carry apple cider, and so what I'll do is I'll go there and I'll buy 5 gallons of it. It's 25 bucks. It's $5 a gallon of cider. So $25 and I've got an entire brew's worth of must that I can pitch a little champagne yeast into. And I sit around for like 2 weeks, just kind of sit around, just staring at it. And then eventually it's so awkward that it produces alcohol. I'll siphon it into a corny keg and then pressurize it with CO2 that I have here, mainly for brewing beer, but I use it for these purposes as well. Yeah. I had a shift once that ended up being in the slicing software. Hate it when you get so far and it fails for some reason. Yeah, mine is a physical thing, and I've sort of done shakedown tests on the whole system. It's just every now and then one will shift right or left, and it's always the x-axis, and I don't know why it does it. You know, I've jiggled the cables umpteen number of times. It's probably just a matter of jiggling the cables the right way, because it'll fix itself for a little while. But we're printing the simplest of brackets in order to put the limit switches on either end of this axis. But yeah, that's just the fate of it all. So I gotta let it cool off a little bit, and then I'll spritz it. I'll spritz it with a little Windex. The Windex gets under the print and it separates it out. When you're doing PETG on glass or glass-like surface, Windex is a really good thing because you spritz it and then everything pops off. You can remove it from the board and then you can polish it. You just wipe it down and everything's back and reset again. So no need for disposables like glue sticks. Back to what we were doing. So I got to string this cable through the axis here. Which, boy, oh boy, is it great to have the types of drag cables that have the pop-up top. I don't have that. No, I don't have that. So I get to sit here and somehow work out a way to get this thing all the way down to the end. This cable's a little bit more rigid, so that's going to help me. And when it gets to the end, hopefully it pops out. It did not pop out of the end, so I got to put a finger under it and just feed it through that way. It's weird though, because when the x-axis does start failing like that, it'll always fail in exactly the same way. Like the same layer of the print. All right, we're getting close to the bend. I just need to take it thing by thing and just string it through like this. That's going to be a little problem, that little curly Q. And then hopefully that pops out on the end. This seems a little unlikely that it would go this far. Wait, I made it all the way around the bend. I didn't expect that. I guess the cable wanted to curl. And as the cable wanted to curl, it just followed the profile. Hey, that was nice. That saved me a lot of trouble. I'll back that thing out a little bit. Just kind of work it through. Nope. I said, no. Hey, no! Okay. You know what? You want to turn? I'll give you a turn. I'll give you something to turn about. All right. I just want to like poke it into the tray as I feed it through. Luckily, this is rigid enough. I'm starting to run into a problem where the amount of friction on the outside of the cable is outdoing the rigidity of the cable, which is a problem. It is literally pushing rope down a hallway. Where are you hitting? Why are you running? Where's this thing hitting? Is it right there? Yeah, this is why having the breakaway stuff is so much easier. because you would just pop open the tops of these things and then drop the cable in and then continue on your day. But no, I got to interrupt everything in order to do this. Yeah, good old cable physics. Where is it? Where are they? There we go. There we go. All right, we got to get out the soldering stuff now. We're at our limit. I have too much stuff to solder in order to make all this stuff come together. Got several connections here that we need to now repair and get shrink wrap over. Oh lordy. So I need a little bit of speaker wire, and then I need all my shrink wrap. Now to split up these cables that are next to each other that have the jacket sort of all in one, what I do is I use my fingernails here. Let's where are we? Yeah, right there. So you got these 3 wires, right? And they're in this sort of like IDC cable, this sort of like flat cable that relies on usually something to pinch up against it and displace the jacket. IDC. Insulation. Yeah, something to displace the insulation and make contact with a little wire inside. That's how computer cables used to work, right? Well, we're splitting this up and we're stripping it and soldering it. So this wire jacket is very flimsy. It'll kind of turn into soup when you try to solder it. But anyway, in order to split these up, I basically make my nails into a pair of shears. I come in with one nail there and one nail there, and then one on top of the other, kind of separate it out. And now that I've explained it, I'm not going to be able to do it. Once you get that jacket separated, you can kind of peel these things apart, but you got to be careful not to allow that tear to get to the wire itself. We're trying to keep this wire protected. So anyway, yeah, just a little shear like that. You could do this with a pair of scissors. Some people drop a knife edge down on the cable vertically, but in a pinch, I pinch it. That's what I do. See, I want enough jacket available on this in order for me to put the shrink wrap on. And I got my 3 connectors like that. Let's go back to this camera. I got to do this tiny work. My hands aren't too keen on doing tiny work today. But got to get it done. Got a job to do. I got to work for my living around here. So yeah, strip off a little end, give it a twist, and we'll come in with a soldering iron and we'll tin it. By tinning it, I mean we'll coat it in a little tiny bit of solder. That'll protect it, and that'll make it easier for us to do a splice connection. Not going to do any fancy splices. I don't have the wire. I don't have the need. I don't have the skill. You know, you look at all that stuff online, and they're like, you could do a linesman splice. And it's like, no, I don't have 6 feet of cable on either side of the splice. Plus, the splice doesn't need to hold up to, like, fucking World War I. So, you can literally just solder this to another wire. It's still going to be the strongest bond in the whole thing. So those wires there, and then these wires here make up a run of wire that is long enough to get to the little distributor board that I made. If you really want to know a lot about splicing wires, you can check out the NASA wiring guidelines. They have a whole published PDF. I think we still have a link to that in Nightbot. I forget what the command is though. But that PDF details on how to do wire runs, how to do wiring harnesses, how to properly connect all of the different types of connectors that you'll find in aeronautics. Pretty good document, actually. It's a nice reference. Oops, that was too large and it didn't remove the jacket. So now I'm kind of guessing here. Uh-oh. Yikes. I don't know how well that one turned out. I guess that'll be okay. There you go. Yeah, it's under wiring. And another thing you could actually do instead of using the wire strippers, you could just use your fingernails. I could just pluck that off like that. That did a perfect wire strip on this size of wire. So I used to use my teeth, and then I got like a little gap in my front teeth from doing that. So it's not a great idea to use your teeth. I have done that though. I bite my nails, so I'm envious. Oh, I bite my nails too, but I've been doing it a lot less lately. which is good. But I've been doing it a lot less lately, and so these things are pretty great. They're saying twisting the wires together and throwing electrical tape over it isn't recommended by NASA. Now, electrical tape is terrible. It's an awful, terrible substance, and if you've ever worked with something that somebody's made where they've used electrical tape, you will know why. I hate it. All right, pre-tin the wire. Now, technically, I'm supposed to be pulling the solder through the wire in order to solder it, but this wire is so small that I can't really manage to do that. Oof, let's get close to my fingers. Hold on. Yeah, my reasons for hating electrical tape. Electrical tape is good for lashing stuff against like a pole, right? Like an electrical pole. It'll hold on to itself pretty well. It has okay properties in the environment, but as soon as you get above like 80 degrees Fahrenheit, it turns the glue in it turns into soup. Modern electrical tapes might be a little bit better, but I already hate the idea of this stuff. It's really designed to like kind of stretch and make your connection through the stretching and sort of hold stuff together. It's okay if you're doing something like running a wire under some dirt for like a day. It'll tend to keep water out if you wrap things properly, but you're going to deal with an absolute horrible mess if your connection is subject to any significant temperature. And then over time, electrical tapes that I've used have just like stopped sticking. It's not great stuff. It's another one of those things that people think is like a general use tool, but it's a very specific use tool. We seem to run into those a lot around here. Oh, these are even in length. Maybe I'll keep them like that. Shrink wrap. Shrink wrap we have down here. Grab that. I can splice all that together once I get small enough shrink wrap for this stuff. Splicing cables is not a great idea, but I'm not going to build a wiring harness for this thing because we got to get it done, you know? We got to get it done. So what I'm going to do is just imbigonate all of these connections. Make the wires longer. I'll use the most hideous shrink wrap that I've got. Got to take pride in the jank every now and then. Now, one of these I could like lengthen. Yeah, maybe I have to. So I gotta lengthen out the strip a little bit here. I wonder how good those shrink wraps are that have the they have like conductive material on the inside. So you just shrink the wires together and then it like attaches itself. I guess they're for different scenarios than micro wiring. All right, so the insulation is pretty close, but I think we'll get away with this. Now, because I saved a little section of the wire, because I saved a little, there it is. Because I saved a little section of the wire, I gotta be careful not to lean that end of the thing up against those, because if those break, I gotta print them again. Speaking of which, it's just about time for me to restart the printer. Let me get a connection on this thing done. So the red wire's in the center, the brown wire goes to the striped wire. So I'll do this. Try to bend that so that it stays sort of in the right orientation so that I can solder this a little bit easier. That center one does not have enough wire sticking out of it. No, I think it'll work. All right, so here's where I get to burn my hands. And in the process of burning my hands, we of course want to capture it on thermal imaging. We want to capture that on thermal imaging so that I can make the top 10,000 streamers. if my channel got canceled because of like, if something I did here, which let's be honest, a lot of the stuff I do here can be construed as intentional self-harm. I wonder if I would grow or not. Because you guys don't really post stuff to live stream fails. So I don't think the internet would know that anything happened. And so my channel would end up stagnating instead of growing. Mom, get the thermal camera. Hey, man. Getting banned is like it's like a business decision on Twitch. We don't try to get bans here. I would make sure it's known. My moderators are not allowed to post stuff to live stream fails. That's the rules. They'll know. I tried to post something that I did that was kind of fun, and they were like, "No, you're not allowed to self-promote." I'm like, all right, man, have fun just posting XQC drama all the time. Sounds pretty good. The problem with splicing like this, where the wires directly connect to the other wires, is that the lengths of the wires will vary, and then you'll have a big sloppy area in the middle of your string of wiring. Send it to me, iPost. No, I'm not gonna collude. I'm just letting you guys know. That's collusion. Okay, there. Get a little. What I do is I load a little bit of solder onto the iron, and then I plonk it down onto the pre-tinned wires. And then that makes a pretty solid joint there. And I can put the jacket over like that. And I would like to, I'm going to get the heat gun because we're going to be doing a little bit of wiring. I got to lean over like this so you guys get, you get oh bother giant in the side of the screen. Okay. Father will never know. I already know. The cat's out of the bag. You can't put that back. You can put the cat back in the bag. It's running around. It's crazy. You shouldn't have put the cat in the bag in the first place. But it's out. It's like meowing and shit. Like, man. All right. So there's that. And then I apply heat directly to the forehead. I don't want to melt this stuff, but also the shrink wrap is in like the perfect position. I can just blast it with heat. Blast them. All right, so there's that spliced connection. That one's doing well. It's super happy and it's having fun, and I'm proud of it. What is this one? This one's the limit switch. Oh no, that's the signal into that. So yeah, that'll get wrapped up in those. This needs to turn the bend. Go up that way towards that connection. We need to figure out what limit switches go where, but first, my medium deep search of my desk mess isn't yielding the location of my AT-Tiny-84s. Uh-oh. You gotta organize. That's like half of what I do around here is just organize, organize, organize. We used to have a system in the government where they would do an exercise where everyone would have to check in just in case somebody got like kidnapped or something. And so you get a phone call and be like, exercise, exercise, exercise. So when I say organize, 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 I'm thinking about that phone call. There was one time that I missed a bunch of them. I missed a bunch of the check-ins because I didn't have my cell phone on me. My boss calls me a lot that night. He called me like 14 times. Yeah, it was 14 times. I remember because it's traumatizing. He called me 14 times and I thought I was a telemarketer. And so when I finally got to my phone later that night, because it was in like a jacket pocket in the bedroom and I wasn't in the bedroom. So I got to my phone. I see 14 missed calls. I give it a call back and I go, hey, I got like 14 calls for this number. And he's like, it's me, Jim. And I'm like, fuck. Like, oh my God, my stomach dropped out. Like, I thought for sure I would be fired that night. Because, yeah, I had no idea that we would have one of those exercises, and they take those seriously. So that was pretty rough. Not being in contact with the workplace. I should have just gotten kidnapped. That's what I should have done. All right, so I'm going to restart that print by hitting print. It's the exact same G code and everything, which I think is okay. I don't think it's injecting the shift in G code. The shift is probably a result of my janky wiring, because I made my 3D printer a little bit more modular. Not in all the places where it counts, I guess. No, I did it in all the places where it counts. It's got a DB25 connector on the base, and then the high voltage connectors as well. I didn't use XTs for the high voltage. I just used the regular radio plugs that they use on 3D printers. And then I've got that running to a circuit board that distributes it with a bunch of JST plugs to all the stepper motors and things like that. And then I've got a junction for the X-axis that's up on the Y-axis. So there's the junction on the X-axis, and then there's the junction on the print head itself. So 3 circuit boards, 2 of them were printed by Seed Studio, and the other one's just a perforated prototyping board where I can plug and unplug stuff on that axis. And I think that may be where the error is, or it's just slightly nearby. One of those axes is wrong and should feel wrong. So I don't know. I think maybe those connections kind of jiggle a little bit funny. Yeah, and then everything. And then I think the X-axis either skips. It didn't skip steps this time. Well, maybe it was on its way back over and it skipped steps. I don't think it's overheating. I don't know why the X-axis would overheat. I don't know what it is. I do not know what it is. I probably could have hooked up the trinamic drivers to set off like a limit switch if they overheat. That would have at least given me that as a data point, but as a datum point. But I don't have that. I don't have that because I'm below the top 10,000 streamers. Okay, we got to find out what limit switch is connected where. This is important because the machine will home the axis on that switch. We got to make sure that switch is plugged in where that switch goes. Now, I do have a lot of labeling on these things, and I also shut some of it into the cabinet. I have a lot of labeling on these things because it's always nice to be able to plug stuff back in where it's supposed to go. So I have the number 4 on this switch, and I have the number 4. Actually, these are 2 and 3, and those are going to be the DuPont connectors. So there's 2. So we just have to make sure 2 goes to the wire that then goes to 2. Dear God. Okay, I need more wire, though. I need wire to make this happen. I'm not using that stupid wire that I had before. Do I have more of this speaker wire? If I could just splice in a little bit more of this speaker wire, I think I'll be happy. I'll never not laugh at Thurston Waffles. You want Daddy to die? Meow. That's always funny. All right, so here's my scrap wire bin. I don't think I held on to any of the speaker wire, to be honest. I may just need to splice in random wire. Ow, there's sharp stuff in here. What the hell? Not even labeled as a sharps bin. OSHA would be appalled at my transgression. What's this stuff? This came from like a... What is this? This is from something. I think this is from something we took apart. It's like a wiring harness. Maybe we shouldn't get wire from here. I could find, I think, a bundle of... No, these are bundles of 3. Pretty cool. I forget what it's from. Hell, the fact that it ended up in this bin probably means whatever it's from is now gone forever. It's unlikely that I'll find pieces of that speaker wire. I think I got rid of all of it. Looks kind of like I did. Looks kind of like I did. All right, well. So I could use individual strands of wire and like spiral wrap them to keep them together, because they're gonna have to make a little bit of a tight bend around part of the machine, and I don't want them getting in the way. I don't want them to like be frayed or anything like that. Or I could find a double wire in here that somewhat matches the gauge and flexibility of the original. I don't think I'm going to find that, though. Wait, do I have any more of the speaker wire with all the reels of wire? I keep all the wire reels in a different place, so maybe there's a spool of the speaker wire left. I don't think I used up all of it, did I? What an assortment of wires. Yeah. You do this stuff long enough, you start holding on to wires. And what I do is I basically keep that bin as a kick panel. I kick that bin around and I put all the excess wire in it. Gotta move some stuff in order to get to this. Can't believe we're still on this. Hopefully we can finish the y-axis soon. I want to get back to building the RC car. We're like 99% done that thing. I just need to upload code. I think I solved the problem with it, which was just that I wasn't configuring both timers. I was two registers control one of the timers, and I was only configuring one of the registers going into one of the timers. I do not have any more of that speaker wire. God damn it. All right, what am I going to use? What am I going to use there? Be nice if I had two wires that were connected to one another. Fancy wires for Burn the Subs 3. This thin stuff is pretty good. Or I could use... Well, this stuff is 4 strands, but it's really weird. It's really weird wire. This splice is going to be cursed. No matter what I do with it, it's just going to be completely cursed. Let's just embrace the cursed nature of this wire. I'm going to use some very, very tiny wire, and we'll put a piece of spiral wrap over it and never talk about it again, right? Because it's going to look bad. It's going to look real bad. I think I threw out all of my excess of this speaker wire in the wake of completing Burn the Subs. I was like, fuck this wire. I don't want to use it ever again. And here I am splicing it. All right. So let's figure out, well, I guess I can splice half of it right now, and then we'll figure out who goes where. It doesn't really matter which connection goes to which, because it's not like there's a ground on the board that I need to worry about. Are these the only ones that, yeah, these are the only ones going on the drag chain. So I guess I'll just match this length, and then everybody should be happy. Hold on, I'm gonna cough 1 sec. God damn. Oh wait, these aren't the limit switches. The limit switches are already connected. No. These are the laser power and laser PWM signal. Yeah. So we'll have to make duty with these. Make doo-doo. You and the doo-doo make it happen. All right, so, wow, these do not need to be long at all. So we'll just give it just that. So these actually do need to have pulls to them, huh? Well, we'll do it in such a way that it's impossible to troubleshoot. Use the same color wire for both of them. Actually, no, I shouldn't do that. I'll use multicolor strands on both of them. They'll just match each other again. Now, one of the wires, because this is speaker wire, one of them is supposed to carry signal, and the other is supposed to carry, well, they're two different signals that need to be the right polarity. So one of the wires is more copper colored, and the other one is a little bit more silver colored, and so we have to match those up. Which is, it's not that hard of a task, let's be honest. For equidistant wires. I'm not hearing clicking over there. Is that thing working properly? Why is it moving in that direction? Hold on, I gotta check on the 3D printer. I gotta make sure that everything is, sometimes the BL Touch doesn't deploy, and so it ends up printing in the air, which is always horrible. Like when the BL Touch doesn't deploy, it thinks it hits immediately, and so it'll keep lifting up. Oh, that's good. That's already got a perimeter going down. Good. Everything's good. Everything's good. All right, back to this. So these splices are going to be absurd. They're not going to be that good, but you know, whatever. As long as it works. As long as it works and I don't have to think about it again. That's really as much wire as is in there. That's not a lot of wire. There's so little wire inside of these. I think it'll be okay. I don't think it pulls that much current. Like the laser... Actually, thinking about it, how much power does the laser use? Does it use up enough power for this to be a concern? I'm not sure. I don't think it uses up that much power. It's also carrying it at 12 volts. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay. Maybe I should give it 12 volts so that it lasers. See what happens. See if it heats up. I think it'll be okay. I don't want these to become little igniters, you know? Little flashbulb igniters. All right, let's get these spliced into one side. I did leave a little bit too much wire on the ends of these, but I can clip them once I tin them. Well, looks like we got hovercraft races going on outside. Still no internet cut. I've got a solid bitrate going on. Pretty decent amount, too. Even though Verizon has said they detected an outage in my area and they would be along to fix it by the 12th. They're outside of the neighborhood right now. It's the 7th. So I don't know what kind of crack they're smoking. Hopefully my internet stays on today. What kind of internet crack they're smoking? I can splice these and leave them unjacketed for the moment because we need to ohm out which one goes where. And then I'll drop some heat shrink splices on these to cover them up. So the blue wire is going to the lighter strand. I'll put the black wire on the copper strand. And we'll just do it up. I guess I'll do both of them. Might as well. About time somebody jumps in and goes, what are we doing today? So I'll just preemptively explain it. This is Burn the Subs. This is my wall-mounted laser etching table. My claim to fame on Twitch, apparently. You know, we used to just work on electronics here for the love of the game. But, yeah, Burn the Subs kind of became a little bit of the personality of the channel. Did I just strip out more wires of that? This thing does not seem to have that much copper on the end. Well, I guess we'll just trust it. But yeah, it's become kind of like the claim to fame of this channel. Everybody loves talking about the board. Basically what happens is when somebody subscribes to my channel, their name gets processed and put up on my wall on an actual plank of wood, which was cool. I had an original version of it that lasted I don't know how long the old one lasted. I forget how long that lasted. It was like a year or so, right? The new one, the version 2, with all the hardware updates that we're kind of dealing with right now, lasted 2.5 years. Then it filled up with names. So we were left to figure out what to do next. Now, I had already been working on a next project. The next version of the board is going to have its own camera. It's going to be able to jog into place much faster. It's going to be more visually interesting to look at. It's going to look more professional. It's going to work better. This one is a slight update to this board in order to buy us time until the next board fills up. So in interest of buying us time, what I've done is I went and I bought a live edge board, and that's what that board is over there on the left. in order to accommodate the live edge board, I've had to extend the x-axis and make it taller. Well, I make the y-axis taller by moving the x-axis. How about that? So I've done that, and now in order to get the most out of my board, I need to now extend this axis. But extending this axis involves every single other part of the axis. So while we're there, I've done a little bit of 3D printing in order to improve our limit switches, and I've done a little bit of 3D printing in order to improve the mount of the little decorative lights that I'm hopefully not going to break off when I'm moving this thing around. And then we are working currently on extending some of the wiring, what is going to be required in order to get this thing to properly get to where it needs to go. Jeez, why is this thing loose? Oh my God, that is the worst. This thing is like moving around. I think I need another mount on it or something. All right, anyway, in doing so, I've cut some of these wires, and now we need to figure out where they're actually going. And these, I believe, are the wires that control the laser controller board. So we have 4 wires running all the way out to the laser, because it would be a little bit too much trouble to have long wires for the diode itself. It's cleaner if I'm sending a PWM signal that can degrade over distance to a board that's then going to chop up the signal and manage the current controlled diode, instead of relying on basically what would be an extra resistor in the path, which would be a very long set of wires going all the way out to the laser itself. Now this is a laser diode, so it has a columnating lens on it, and that columnating lens is responsible for creating the focus of the beam. We're not using something like a CO2 laser, which would be a big tube that sits on the side of the whole axis thing, and then you bounce that with mirrors until it hits that axis. That requires a little bit of extra alignment and stuff. We're lucky enough that we could just use a diode laser, and we can just kind of slap everything together. We can slap it together, and everybody will be happy. So we're starting over here, and we're figuring out which one the top one is. So if I go to number 4, which it's number 4 and some other one that we'll have to discover. One of them is power, and the other one is PWM. So let's take a look at number 4, and let's take a look at the copper wire. Just that one. To there. Nope. To there. Nope. Okay, so I gotta hold it a little better. To there. Overload. Okay. To there. Overload. Am I on the wrong one? Am I on the silver one? No, I'm on the copper one. Copper one here. That's the silver one. Oh, this is the copper one. All right, so this one is number 4. The bottom one is number 4. We got 10 ohms. The amount of ohms is contingent on the amount of pressure that I'm holding these probes on. If I held the probe solidly enough with enough pressure, we would be able to get a much better impression of what the actual ohms are running on the line. But I'm lightly tapping them up against this, and there's oxidation on the outside of the copper. So we're looking at kind of like a bad connection and oxidation, but I'm getting about 4 ohms. The probes themselves have, I think, 0.7, 0.4. So there is a decent amount of ohms running on the distance that this wire actually has to go. So anyway, we're looking for number 4. Number 4 is labeled over here. Go to the copper one of number 4. Come over here. Oh, that moved. That might be it. There he is. Okay, so this is the one, this one here closer to me has to connect to the bottom one over here. Let's get that done. Somebody's cooking something and I can smell it. Smells good. Woo! Somebody is frying celery at the first steps of a dish that they're making. It's like celery and garlic I can smell right now. Ooh, that's a good smell. There's a good smell. Actually, wait. That's ham. That's ham. There's ham, garlic, and celery. If you move into a place and you don't like the smell, go to the oven, put in onions and garlic, and just roast the ever-loving shit out of them. Don't burn them, but roast them. Some people do vanilla. It'll make your house smell like a home. All right, so before we solder these, don't let me forget to put shrink wrap on them. I need 4 pieces on the wires. Otherwise, I'm going to do that thing that all people that splice wiring together do, which is to splice the wires together and then forget the shrink wrap. It's a story as old as time. Now I'm hungry. Dude, how do you think I feel? I have to actually smell this stuff. I gotta sit in the smell. Life is difficult. All right, so we're gonna use the ugly blue, the Swedish like blue color of this shrink wrap. Life isn't just peaches and cream. I gotta sit here and smell things. Okay, where did the scissors go? Found them. Got them. All right, so these are a little bit longer, these splices, which is going to be a little wasteful for my shrink wrap, but whatever. Fine. It's not like I'm not trying to use this stuff up. Because then I can buy cooler shrink wrap when I'm done. Or the same, or the exact same package of shrink wrap. I'm going through shrink wrap a lot slower than I thought I would around here. I don't know what it is. Like, I thought I'd be buying a lot more shrink wrap, but I bought that kit. I bought this big kit of shrink wrap like a while ago, and it's really done a good job of just like any kind of like shrinking that I need to do. Usually like you don't need to color match them, so I'll use the ugly colors, and then when I need positives and negatives, I have enough black and red. It's done me well. It's a good kit. It's not even that special. I have 2 carboys of cider bubbling right now. So this shop sounds like a science lab. I just get little bloops that I can hear in the background from 2 different sources. Bloop. Bloop. Kind of fun, actually. It's kind of fun, actually. All right, so this one needs to go over to this one. Otherwise, all hell will break loose. The silver one needs to go to the silver one, and the copper one needs to go to the copper one. It's about to get loud as shit outside as the hornets descend upon my area. I don't know if I'll get there in time to close the door, because I got work to do. Oh God, here they come. There they are. So many bees. The bees are here. Dear God. You actually might not be able to hear them, but they're pretty loud. Oh, that went really well. And then they went away. All right, so before I shrink anything, let's I should have cut 4 more. I should have cut 4 more. Oh God, the bees know. They know I didn't cut enough. Board the windows. Nah, they're just doing all the yard work, which I appreciate. I'm a big fan of not having to sit out on a lawnmower out there. It's actually like property management kind of deal. I didn't want to, but I'm going to replace with more or less an HOA. I'm just comparing them to one another in order to cut them at approximately the same length and hopefully long enough to cover everything. Yeah, the actual, Fadanon knows this, the actual landscapers here are 4 Seasons Total Landscaping. That is actually who I have mowing the lawn right now. I ain't kidding. Oh, come on. All right, there we go. 1, 2. I didn't think they'd work all the way out here, but I guess, you know, job's a job. I wasn't the one who decided to hire them either. That wasn't my decision. Yeah, it was like the other day I was going to go get lunch, and one of the trucks drove by. I'm like, wait a second. Like, wait, just one fucking minute here. Hold on. That's fucking 4 Seasons. I got a sticker. I bought a sticker from them the other day. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, actually. I guess they're like one of their offices is out there in Philly. The infamous one. All right, let's see. They may have different ones because I'm pretty far out in the suburbs. I say I'm from Philly because I mean that's where I grew up, but we're out here in the suburbs. All right, so let's see here. I flipped them. So the black wire on this one is the copper looking one. Hold on, I gotta look at that a little closer. Yeah, black wire to the copper wire. That's okay. It's okay that I flipped them. I'll correct it here, and hopefully I'll never have to look at this again. Unless I reverse voltage it by accident. There's a plaque there now? Oh my god, yes. It's probably not a great neighborhood to go wandering around in, though, let's be honest. Unless you're going to the porno shop. How did that shrink? That shouldn't have gotten enough heat. Oh, no, I guess it didn't shrink. All right, so I'm going to put all the shrink wraps into position. And then I'll activate them using the hot air gun, otherwise known as the thermal flashlight. I'm a stranger to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Oh, that one's soldered really badly. Look at that. You guys can't see that. I'm dreaming of any other guy. If you ask me how I'm feeling. Look at that. That's terrible. Utter shit. D-Mac. Man, I want some drugs and macaroni and cheese. Wait, that doesn't really work. What would be D-Mac? Duck meat, macaroni and cheese. There you go. That would be delicious. No! 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 In electronics, pulling away early is not a skill. It's a plague. People wanted me to do Twitch sings, but I don't know if I still got all the talent. My voice is somewhat atrophied. I haven't been... Your voice is a muscle, right? Your body's using muscles in order to produce singing voices, as well as your talking voice. And it should be worked out as such. That's what warm-up exercises are in singing. It's basically... It's like a little workout for your voice box. And I haven't done that. I used to sing a lot. So I don't think I'd be very good with Twitch, the whatever the singing thing is. It wouldn't be good enough for my own standards. That is not centered, and I'm super triggered by it, and I don't know if I can correct it. I can't. All right, hopefully that'll hold up enough. You ask me how I'm feeling. That one's also pretty bad. Can't do anything about it, though. They've already set in. With a little spiral wrap around it, it'll be supported enough. I wouldn't trust these to be waving around, though. I just didn't get the shrink wrap at the right point in the wire. So if I were to flex those, the wire would probably flex out of the shrink wrap, and it would bend the wire directly, which is real bad. All right, shrank. I'm shrunk. So I'm gonna put a piece of spiral wrap around this hideous splicing job that we just did, because that'll give this thing a little bit more resilience, because we've spliced in some pretty thin wires. These are the wires that are going to actually carry current for the laser and everything too. So, well, We shouldn't have any problems with them fraying or anything like that. I just want to hold them together a little, just so they look all right. So let me go grab a little bit of spiral wrap. I'm gonna go grab some spiral wrap. Unless that's spiral wrap. It is. This stuff is possibly too thick, though. No, maybe that'll be okay. Let's try this piece. It's a little large. It's not really gonna put pressure on anything, but it might be all right. We're not gonna win any awards with this, especially not that award where fucking what was that guy's project that won that Twitch thing? Oh yeah, it was a hydration bot. He hooked up to the Twitch API and people could spend channel points to pour him a glass of water, and it broke. But like, we've had friends of the show that have done like pour me a glass of wine. But this guy won like $10,000 from his project. All I did was make a wall-mounted laser etcher. I don't get any attention for the stuff I do. Welcome to the bottom 10,000 of Twitch. We're somewhere here in the basement of streamers. Far, far away from the podium. This is going to be really annoying if any of these wires break. Now I can always undo this. I can always undo this, but I just wanted to put something around these wires to sort of strengthen them up against any bad flexing that might occur during installation. The fart bot should win. All right. I didn't even know there was a thing going on. I didn't even enter into it. I wonder if that guy's in the top 10,000. The water guy. He's probably all hydrated and shit. And what do we get? Nothing! Nothing! I hate it. I hate you. Hey. Hey, take it easy. Oh, dear God. I can't even mention it without it becoming a thing. Yeah, and so we are here. Kind of want to move this down so that it goes into the thing a little bit more. I don't want to damage any of the wiring, though. Desert you. I guess he'd use this whole piece. Use this whole piece. We just have to sort of advance it. You guys. Oh no, it's that time. They've triggered a fartalanche and there's nothing I can do about it. This is no longer in my hands. This is my own creation. My own creation coming back. Coming back to defeat me. I created you, I can uncreate you. Oh, the hubris of man. Why didn't I consider? My own ambitions have outweighed me. I'm drowned in farts. Such is the fate of any decent scientist. My own creations. It's too powerful. There we go. Some of the slack over there. Hey, so that should be all connected again. We'll just do a little continuity check just to make sure. I gave it too much power! Ah! I have a bunch of other sound effect machines that I got. We took them apart. They're not as easy to mess with as the fart machine is. But we can take a look at them at some point and see if we can add sounds to it, because I took all the circuit boards out of them. So number 4 is, I believe, the laser power. And so if I go from the silver contact here should go to the silver contact here. Yikes, that's a lot of ohms. That's a yikes amount of ohms. Hold on, can we jiggle a cable? 3 ohms is pretty insane for a wire run. But it is a fair distance that this thing has to go. Same thing there. Okay, so that's power worked out. Which one is the PWM signal? Which one is laser PWM? I don't have like an unmarked cable. It's not this. This is lighting. This one is a limit switch. That one's a limit switch. This is probably should be another limit switch. So where is laser power? Oh no, PWM is being given out by the microcontroller. Somebody follow after like 650 farts? D. Jocolette! Jocolette! Thanks for the follow. So we're at 5, 3, and 2. I'm going to guess that number 2 is PWM. And I'm going to look at the silver wire. I'll push that against my stomach. Hold it there. And I got free pokies with this one. Poke, pokey, pokey, poke. You. No. You. No. You. No. You. No. You. No. Okay. Nope. It's not that one. Not number 2. Number 5, maybe? Maybe we're at the bottom of the stack. That could be as random as number 3, but I don't think so. Bottom of the stack. Looking at the copper wire. Copper wire. Oops, wait, this one. Copper wire. There. Nope. Copper wire. 2 copper wire. Well, that is a... We're on the right pair of wires. See, okay, when I test that and I get a large number of ohms... Okay, listen to me, chat. Listen to me very carefully, because I've had to set people straight on this several times recently in the recent past. You people using the beep continuity on these meters are wrong. My insulin pump decided just at this moment to yell at me, and I have to pay attention to it. You fucking little asshole. What do you want? Okay, great. I'll need insulin later. Okay, here's the deal. You people using the beep mode on your multimeter. You should not be using the beep mode on your multimeter, because right now what I've done is I connected one wire to one of the leads here that I thought was the right connector, and then I went to the other side over there and I tested to see whether or not it had made a connection. Now, under the beep mode, 500 kiloohms is not worth a beep. Griffin, thank you for following. 517 kiloohms is not worth a beep, and so I would not have gotten any data from testing out that wire. Right? But now I have this data point. I got 517 kiloohms on there, which tells me that there's possibly a chip sitting between the lines. This is sort of like, I want to call it a high Z connection. It's not. But this is what you see when you connect, for instance, like on a pin of a microcontroller, well, a pin of an integrated circuit, like a pin of an ASIC versus the ground pin or the power pin. You will get something like this through the center of the silicon die. Not the center, but through the silicon die and whatever connections are being made there. You will be able to see like a large kiloohm value, which doesn't mean that there's continuity between the two, but it does mean that there's a thing close to the thing or two. So what that tells me is that I've found a connector that is associated with this board. So I know that this connector has the potential for continuity. Now, obviously, if I didn't get any data here, I would still flip it over to the other pin, but I'm using this as an example. So when I flip over to the other one, I get 1.2 ohms, and now I've found my connection. But what I'm trying to tell you guys is not in this specific example, because everybody's going to come back and be complete fucking pedants about it. This is not the specific example that proves the point. This is an example that gets close to what I'm talking about, where you have a piece of information that you get from the probe that would have been ignored by the beeper. Bada bing. All right, so I got the silver wire here And if I look at the silver wire over here, I ain't get shit. Try both wires. Am I not making a connection on the silver wire? This means that we need to go in and repair this, because it looks like one of the... Oh no, you know what? It goes to the jumper. Ha-ha! This is the connection that's cut by the jumper. So yeah, that one goes to the jumper. Now I get 1 ohm there. Wonder if you can change the beep threshold. Well, the beep doubles as a diode tester, so you don't want that. Because then you'll have a diode that'll only that'll have a certain amount of ohms in it, and it'll actually wait. Is it? Yeah, on mine at least. The no, never mind. There's a separate beep mode. Yeah, it's a separate thing. So yeah, maybe you can somewhere, if you get into the settings, adjust the beep mode. That's probably a feature on a different one. So yeah, that is definitely the silver wire there, and then the copper wire makes a connection all the way to the end. Good. Okay, so good. We've successfully spliced that, and then I threw a bit of spiral wrap over it so that I don't accidentally break it. Good. One more splice. One more splice to go, chat. You've been good to stick with me through all this, the thick and thin. Hopefully I've been making this a little bit less than tedious on you guys, because it's a little tedious work that we're doing here. It's a little bit tedious. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, assume that, come over here. I'm going to give this a cut right here. Right here. Pop that off. Go to the other side of these things. Pop that off. And now we're going to resplice this connection so that it is much, 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 much shorter and more manageable. And then I'll pop that spiral wrap back over top of everything. It'll be nice and organized. In the next version of Burn the Subs, we're going to come up with a better laser axis, and I don't know precisely what's going to go into it. I do know that I want to water cool it for funsies. Yeah, hey, water cooled laser, like how cool is that? Too bad I can't do like an iodine laser, like a big deal science laser. Those need a little bit too much work though. The lady who I'm not supposed to name, the Amazon lady, she's going absolutely psycho because of all the people wandering around outside. Oh my god, it's the bees! Ah! Yeah, the reason I have the lady is so that I can know if stuff's happening outside when I'm here without roommates around. Cause they tend to leave, and then I'm here in the basement where all my stuff is, and I'm not standing vigil outside in this horribly dangerous neighborhood where there's like 2 kids. This is like not dangerous at all around here. Not at all. But hey, it's good to know when your pizza's here, so that always helps me. These I did not. Wow, I was not generous with the amount of lead that I left out of the end of this thing. These are like, these silicon wires are from old lighting things that I did. I did a giant like globe that had a bunch of programmable LED strips on it, basically around the entire globe. But they used 3-watt LEDs, and the 3-watt LEDs were all on drivers. So I had to take over 1,000 LED drivers, modify them to have a PWM pin, because those were just what was available to us at the time. This is in like 2011, 2012 maybe? 2012, when the world was going to end, when my friend came to me and said, hey, you know, this Bitcoin thing is like $10 a Bitcoin now. You should buy some. And I went, it's not going to stay around. That's not going to be worth anything. $10 a Bitcoin. I'm not going to spend $10 on a Bitcoin. I should have spent every cent, every single extra cent on Bitcoin. I could have been retired. I could have been doing this for just the love of building stuff. No, I'm doing this because I need money. I hate you guys. You guys are awful. I wouldn't do this for nothing. I do this to make money. You guys got scammed. I don't like my audience. God. They're filthy, filthy, unwashed masses. I would have sold it way before now. Yeah, oh, I absolutely would have, yeah. Yeah, I absolutely would have. I would have. I'm just waiting for somebody researching quantum entanglement to suddenly make $1 billion off of the stock market. Yeah, people ask about the ad all the time. If you gotta ask, you can't afford it, is the answer. When I come up with a better joke for the Axis, I'll put it there, but for now, that's just the joke. But yeah, these scissors have been getting worse and worse, and I'm struggling to find a matching pair of precision stainless steel scissors like these. These have the big loops in them for Americans, whereas all the other ones I can find are like the dainty European ones where if I put my fingers into them in order to make a cut, it ends up cutting off all circulation of my entire hand. Those are like perfect and comfortable, and I can't find ones. I found ones that on the listing are the exact same pair of scissors, but what they did is they put it into a photocopier and they did it at 75%. 1 million subs. I could do what Tomato does and like gift 100 subs when I die in a game. I don't have that kind of money. Shit. He does it because of some weird accounting thing. And then he ends up with all these subscribers, and I guess that probably makes him more popular. Does having a lot of subscribers drive people to a channel? I don't know. Amazon makes too much if it's quantified in terms of subs. Yeah. At my level, I don't have the clout to negotiate a better deal. So I've got the rate that you'll find by Googling. Pink goes to copper. Positive and negative leads on laser diodes. Super important. Oh yeah, you do it to get more emote slots too. You can literally just pay for more emotes. Well, I'm not gonna do that. I would have to gift so many subs in order to do that. I'm not high powered. Actually, you know, in the past, we have had whales on this channel. And, I try not to over-encourage whales. I don't know. You know, just... I appreciate people contributing a lot to this channel, and some people do more than I'm comfortable with. So, you guys are all awesome. The only thing I do on this channel is if you reach 100 gifted subs, I will VIP you. Not a lot of people have gotten in that scenario to date. As time goes on, that's going to be easier for people to achieve. People who occasionally gift a sub, you know, can eventually reach 100. But yeah, if you either first of all, you can show up at my house. Please don't show up at my house, first of all. But if you're one of the people that is capable of showing up at my house and my roommates will not start pulling out guns, then you're a VIP. Because you can show up here and walk down here and say hi to me, and I am not going to start reaching for a gun. I'm not going to start reaching for a... or if you contribute more than 100 subs, then you can become a VIP. The list remains small of those people, and I'm happy about that. I'm happy about that, because I don't like giving privilege to people who spend money. Brypic! Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Small, below number 10,000 streamer here. I'm gonna pull a laser gun out? Maybe. Maybe you'll get the laser. God, I can't believe the US government had a project. Maybe it wasn't just the US government, where they made a laser that would shoot 3 beams out, like a Predator, but it was powerful enough and it rotated frequencies enough, like Star Trek versus the Borg, where it was designed specifically to blind you. Then it was deemed against the Geneva Convention, which, cheers to that, right? All right, so, shorter wires, who dis? New stream key, who dis? So let's get a little spiral wrap around this in order to organize it and make it look pretty. It's gotta look pretty, chat. It's gotta look good. If it doesn't look good, then why do it? Laser fighting subscriber turret. This is my laser fighting subscriber turret. Oh, you mean it logs subscribers? No, it literally fights subscribers if they come over here with lasers. Getting this wrapped without breaking all the wires, because this thing constantly fucking shifts around because of the imbalance of the design. It's really annoying. I probably should have made a like a stand for this. An enemy stand that would hold this thing up so I could work with it a little bit more easily. I would watch that stream. Like the bright red... What about the bright red mounts? What's up, Solitary Leaf? Alright, so like that. A couple more wraps, and then I'll start putting these guys in it. Oh, if it doesn't look good, why do it? Yeah. Sorry, there's like delay in the chat coming on screen, so I'll often say something off the cuff and not expect to get a comment, and then I'll get a comment, and then it catches me off guard. I don't expect to be popular, you know? People are actually paying attention to what you say? That's cringe. That's fucking cringe right there. That's what that is. Alright, there we go. The rest of that can kind of manage itself. That'll keep relatively organized. At least our laser axis looks a little bit more pro like this. It's still got kind of like an umbilical running through the whole thing, but that's alright. All good about the delay. You may think it's all good, but it's not. Okay, yeah, I gotta think about a way to like mount this a little bit more strongly, and I think I need to put like either more corner cubes in it or something, because it wiggle wobbles a little bit, and I don't want that to be at all the case. Maybe if I get a hex key in there and really crank it down, it won't move anymore. Alright, so the other piece to this is the underside wire things. I gotta get all this stuff lashed in together so that it all gets to where it needs to go properly. And then, aside from the stuff that's coming out of the 3D printer that I can sort of hot swap, this is ready to go up. So yeah, let's contain these wires, and then we can try to put this thing up. I'm not ready to put this thing up. Well, okay, fine. Yeah, I am. Like, I don't want to do this yet. Bonk. Why bonk? That bonk had better be my insulin. Bonk was not my insulin. Hold on, let me check. I got 2 bonks here. That is not... That one's a security code from Twitch. I thought you could turn those off. That one thinks I'm a doctor? Weird. Julian's texting me about a project that he wants to do, and I told him that burn the subs is the #1 priority, but I absolutely do want and or need to get him back on the stream, because I think it would be a lot of fun So we got stuff in the works. He's got a project in mind, and I think it involves a Raspberry Pi from what he just said. I haven't been able to look into, he sent me a bunch of links for the project that I need to look into, because there's an unknown part in part of it, which is a wonderful little mystery. I can't even see what I'm working on with this fucking shit. Like, please, just hold like this. Can I just get you to stay like this for 5 fucking seconds so that I can work on it? God damn it. Where's my big I'm just, okay, sorry. I'm getting frustrated with this thing, like, tilting on me. The tilting is getting me tilted. I know, I need giant helping hands, right? Can I reach the device from here? No, it's too far away. All right, fine. I'm just gonna power through. Just grit my teeth and bear it. Please. Okay. Please. That's just so frustrating when something constantly is like reorienting itself in such a way as to get in your way. So the whole purpose of these things is to keep these wires out of the way. So that'll hold there, and then I'll have one over here that'll hold over here. They're looking a lot more organized though now because of the lack of excess wires. The wires don't have to go back and forth for me to take up the slack. Orca 2040, hey, thank you for subbing. This is the 2nd month. We will get you up on the board as soon as I have a board to get you up on. That's my promise to you. Just hire somebody on Fiverr to come over and just hold it. I need you to just hold this. Hold this right here. What would you say is the weirdest job you've ever had? Well, one time I went to this guy's basement and he made me hold some shit that he was building. You mean like sex stuff? No, he was just holding a thing. I don't even know what the fuck it was. I just held it. I don't have $30,000, Schmide. Thank you very much. God. You might have recently seen that streamers actually get paid money, but I'm not even on that website. I'm not cool enough for that website. I don't get any money. And robot arms are expensive. It was like a $30,000 robot arm, man. Those things are so cool, though. I mean, burn the subs for. Ideally, I would like it to be something like that, but I'm gonna have to come up with a cheaper mousetrap. I didn't make the top 10,000s. I'm a little tilted about that, but not really. The reason that I'm a little tilted about it is because I desperately wanted to make that joke, because I'm not a very funny person, and my jokes pretty much come from elsewhere. So it would have helped greatly if I had that source of comedy. I think this one needs to be down here so that it grips all of these at once. Or I could do it like that. Maybe it's better like, how does this gonna go? Maybe outside like that? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right. See, this drag chain attaches basically right here. I don't care for the site showing what streamers on the site make. I care more about how bad V has as a whole. It's pretty bad. The typo makes it hard to understand. Typo makes it hard to understand. Shorty, what are the more about what the hack has to show as a whole? Yeah, absolutely. No, the reason that I'm talking about the top 10,000 is comedy. I don't think people should be surprised in any way at all whatsoever that streamers actually make money. Did you guys know that the $5 that you give to Twitch, a bunch of that goes to the streamer. Like, did you know that? Like, I don't know why people are, most of it is other websites and people sort of poo-pooing the fact that they are contributing to their favorite streamers being millionaires. But like, let's be honest, man, that's why they do it. And that's why you get what you get out of it. And if you enjoy what you get out of it, contributing a little money to it isn't like, you know, you're not raising them out of poverty, but you are joining a group of people to help support content that you like and hopefully keep a limited amount of ad deals and stuff out of there. Ludwig did a video about the split. Some streamers get 100% of the money. Have they been on the platform for like a zillion years? Where did my other little wire clip go? There it is. Because, man, the ratio is not great for me. And it doesn't... Fuck! God damn it. All right, that was a drop. The ratio doesn't get better for me until I get a certain thousands of viewers. So I can't really renegotiate that. But it's the typical rate. It's the typical rate. Nothing special. Nothing unexpected or weird. And we don't know how long that's going to be. That one's not plugged in yet. That's got to go all the way over there. So this one's a little concerning. I got to make sure that that wire stays down. It doesn't get in the way mechanically of anything going on. I need to lash these together, which there's not going to be a whole lot of room. Oh, but then they also need to attach with this thing. Okay. Sounds like a split anywhere between 50 to 90 normally, unless you have a grandfather deal. Yeah, the grandfather deal must be pretty sweet, huh? Hey, man, if I had known. If I had known. Plus, you negotiate on better terms if you're bringing an audience to Twitch. I'm relying on the audience that already exists on Twitch because I don't have a freaking YouTube channel. I do have a YouTube channel. My last video was posted 4 years ago or some shit like that. I need to do like a clips channel, but I can't afford an editor. So I probably need to just start putting stuff onto that channel in general, just so that it can gain a little bit of popularity. But as of right now, it is a Bush League, pretty much abandoned channel at the moment that will at some point get content. The problem with that auto uploader is the music that I used at the beginning. The old intros were music from a podcast that I really like, and they used a lot of copyrighted music in there. A lot. So I would have a lot of trouble with demonetization if things got to the point of getting monetized. Nowadays, I probably still have trouble with it because I don't know how Metronomic's music does on any given platform. I should have done that below. Well, I'm gonna have to pull that off anyway later, so I'll be able to do it then. I'll be able to string it under. All right, so those are tight. That's out of the way. Let's get over here and do this one. We got to plug in the 3 connectors now. And if I recall correctly, it was connector towards me. Sorry, yellow towards me, the yellow wire. These literally just get a power signal, but they're capable of using that 3rd wire in order to configure them. You could send a pulse to that wire and make all your lights like blink, but the blinking doesn't really work well on camera. Download clips, write a script that randomizes the order, encode and upload. Huh. There's a lot of shenanigans with YouTube. YouTube is fucking scary, you guys. I don't know. I don't like YouTube. I don't want to have to use it, but I will eventually. You guys want to script everything, but like that's not going to work. What's it with you people in scripts? Algorithmically generate titles and shit. We're software devs. Yeah, you guys want to automate literally everything. There's just like a significant amount of work that I got to do. I'm just bad at it. Just bad at that. I could hide those on the other side. I think they need to go on the other side. So I'm going to need to, well, first of all, plug that lens back in. Bloop. And then my tweezers have been missing all day today. So, yeah, I can just poke these things back here on the other side of the connectors so that they stay out of the way of any moving parts. The whole point of this tray is to keep stuff away from the moving parts. I could probably add like a shield to this thing, but I don't want to go overboard. That's a little better. Okay, cool. Wow, that's way more organized than it was before. That looks a hell of a lot better. I've been tempted to buy like 50 tweezers to stop losing them. I have like one pair that I really enjoy, and I don't ever lose them. Oh yeah, this is still moved over. Hold on. Where did this thing go? I keep careful track of these things because the tools I like are few and far between, you know? I do have extras though. I actually do have extras. I don't have extras of the particular brand that I like a lot, but I do have some extras. Okay, this is not working out. You need to get parallel to this other thing. I heard another click. I need to go check on the print. Oh boy, that's multiple clicks that I just heard from the 3D printer. Multiple clicking noises are bad. They may mean that things have gone awry. These wire runs are so much cleaner than they used to be. They're really nice actually now. The cleanliness is important. I could have put a thing here to capture that one. I could have gone down here. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to move this one. Oh no, I can't. Because I'd have to get rid of that bolt. That bolt is just permanently... Alright, this one stays here. God damn it. Yeah, damn it. Gall darn it. Tighten the bolt. Tighten the bolt. Just got a BL touch of the mail. Oh, hell yeah. I want a caliper in every room. That'd be nice. I just got a BL touch in the mail today, so I'm most likely going to fuck up my perfectly working printer tonight. Nice. Good luck, man. BL touch is a really nice thing to have. Takes a little bit of the struggle out of getting the 3D printer to work. The extra probes are like $15. You probably won't need extra probes. Just make sure to use the springs in order to mount it so that it can brush stuff and not ruin it. Getting that nozzle height is going to be really tough. So yeah, pay attention. Love the BL Touch. A lot of people have so much trouble setting it up, but mine went super smoothly. Yeah. Once you know how to do. Is that a heat gun? Yeah. It's not on. No. It's just reflecting. It reflects light. If I actually turn it on, you'll know. Because everything becomes bright. Give it a sec. It's already producing enough heat. Yeah, it gets much, much brighter inside when it's on. Yeah, when it's on, it's like a flashlight in thermal imaging. All right, let me check on the 3D printer to see what's going on behind my back. Behind my back! I wish the desks were large enough to hold the 3D printer, but they're just not. It has to live all the way over here in no man's land. We're looking okay. I don't see any signs of a Z shift, or an X shift yet. I don't know who was clicking. Which one of y'all was making the clicking noise? I got nothing. I don't know which end's going to be up and down on these, to be honest. Now that that's at 2 millimeters, it's going to be either 5 millimeters is the center point. I guess it's 2 millimeters up from where it was. I might put it in the middle, actually. What are you fermenting? That's cider. I'm making an apple cider. I put champagne yeast. basically I go to Acme, my local supermarket. My local Acme. We have a supermarket chain here called Acme, because Acme used to be like a generic brand. And they have, what do you call it? They have apple cider for $5 a gallon, which is made in Pennsylvania. So I'm like, hell fucking yeah. So I went and I got basically 10 gallons of it, and now I got 2 carboys that are bubbling away. So basically what happened, like what'll occur is when they're done bubbling, one of them will get siphoned into my corny keg. I will add 26 psi of carbon dioxide to it and put it in the fridge for 2 days. And when it's done, I get this nice carbonated, dry, tart cider that I will probably bottle a little bit of, give out to friends. But yeah. Connect the camera to Octoprint, then connect it to stream. We can keep an eye on your prints when it messes up. No. No, I'm not going to do that. I don't want more cameras in here. I keep careful control of the cameras that I have. There was a hack. All right. What else do we got on this axis? Aside from putting this wire to the other side. That bar goes up there and just pushes those wires away. I think this axis is done. That axis. I think we're done with this. Everything appears to be in its place and happy, aside from the laser wiggling a little bit, but that's something that I can figure out later. Surely nobody would release all of the Twitch source code at once. Boy, I do not get credit for being smart, do I? Yeah, so all right. So far, so good, right? Everything appears to be in order here. Actually, this should go up and around like the other one does. Just like that. So that everything is out of the way of the laser axis as it moves back and forth. I'm liking this. Everything seems to be in good order here. So now do we actually put it up on the board today? I think we do. I think we put it up on the board. We need that win. I will mount this to the board, to the slides that are already there. We need to put one cable around and mount that. And then I will mount this to the rest of the board. And then we can revel in our accomplishments. Now, there's still stuff that I need to do with the board. I need to get the old limit switches off of the old board so that we can do the new system of limit switches once the 3D printer is done printing parts. We had an X-axis shift and everything went to shit. So I had to restart the print, which is still going on. Seems to be healthy, but from this angle, it looks like a railgun. You haven't seen a lot of railguns, have you? Yeah, I don't use Twitch. I don't really log into Twitch at all, so yeah, I don't really have anything to do with Twitch, so I don't think the hack really affects me in any way. All right, what are we gonna need in order to put the board up? Well, I'm gonna need to move the table. I'm gonna need this. I'm going to need not flush cutters; those go away as soon as you're done cutting wires. Put the wire cutters away. They always fill me with like, I'm always nervous about them. No, this does not get a camera. No major technology upgrades are happening with this version of the board. A little bit of reorganization and an extended axis is all this thing gets. There will be some software differences in order to keep things cool, but managing realistic expectations is something that I don't think people really understand. Managing and keeping expectations realistic about projects that we do here is a really important part of what I do. Because I get shit done. I get stuff done on Twitch. You know, you guys give me shit, and I really hate it when you do, for not completing projects. But like, evaluate your own project, whatever it is, progression. It's tough. It's really tough to finish stuff. Yeah, it's not gonna be a lightsaber. I just love, in high school, I really, really wanted to build a light. There it is. That's the tool that I was looking for. In high school, I really wanted to build a lightsaber. And back then, the only way lightsabers worked were compact fluorescent light bulbs. So you would go through all of the trouble to build this whole lightsaber setup and be like, yeah, this thing is awesome. And then you would lightly tap something and the glass bulb would break. And that was it. I wanted to make one with electroluminescent, but the tubes weren't strong enough. The clear acrylic tubing wasn't really strong enough to make like a sword that you could really bash on stuff. So nowadays, with all the LEDs that people have, shit's awesome. People can do all kinds of cool stuff with lightsabers. Oh yeah, I need 2 of the bolts for this too. These would go directly into the aluminum, and they're 2 countersunk maker beam bolts. Hear you. I had 3 projects to finish today and completed none of them, but started all 3 expectation fail. Wait, but started all 3 expectation fail. I know the struggle. I keep lists of the projects. That's part of how I do it. And also just knowing how to power through a lack of motivation, because motivation is not going to be there for your entire project. Remember the website with plasma lightsabers and actual skirted hoverboards? Oh god, that stuff was so dumb. Like when Audi did that thing where they had the actual hoverboard, but it was like it had to remain on the copper substrate plate or whatever it was. It needed to have copper in order to float, because it was like a superconducting magnet that needed a like, what was it, like liquid it was like liquid something or other, really cold. I might have been liquid nitrogen and like dry ice in order to keep the magnets frozen and keep it in what is that called? Is that quantum it's something lock or something like that? Yeah. It was neat to see, but hearing people speculate about it on the internet was it was a very trying time. All right, so let's get the camera positioned over there, and then I'm gonna get the x-axis working, and then I'll attach the y-axis. Now, do I need to move the cider? I'm gonna see if I can drag the table without it, or with it still sitting there. And it's like 5 gallons of cider. I don't know if I want to move it all that much. Although I will move it when I move the table. But oh, I gotta make sure that my mic cable doesn't get caught under the table as well. I'll move all this stuff off the floor. Okay, here we go. Oh wait, no, there's something leaning up against this side of the board, of the table rather, which is the control board for Burn the Subs. So I'll move that out of the way, put that over here. Still need to clean out the reservoir. It's got a bunch of gross stuff in it. Na. Getting jiggy with it. Na. All right, let's see. I need to get my fat ass in there. So I need to tilt this without interfering with the 3D printer, because it's currently printing. You guys don't need to look over here to observe my shameful parts of the shop. There we go. That will allow me to get in here. So first thing we're going to work on is getting the axis connected. All right, now I'm trapped back here and I'm not going to be able to see alerts, so you have to bear with me. What is this doing here? This is that other linear slide that I put together for cutting stuff. All right. So let us get the x-axis connected, which would be this slide up here. This one down here, this is already connected. This already has a connection to the motor over there. Ooh, that's really hard to move. Probably loosen that up a little bit. The other thing that we need to do is release the limit switches, which we should probably do first. Damn it. All right, so I need more bolts over here. Actually, I've got them. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 2 more. 7, 8. Okay, cool. Those are the bolts that I'll need to hold on to the stuff that I'm printing right now with the switches, and I'll have to come in and resolder those. That switch is on the inside. That one's also on the inside. So the ones on this side are going to be very easy to remove. They will be hard to install, so I guess I got to work on that. What's going on over here? That one is on the outside of the board. This one is on the inside. It's got that space right there, and then it's right up like that. So is that relatively even? I could adjust that height. That one is a short bolt. I do have longer bolts that I could put in over here. I'm looking at the pulley on the end and how it's on this really haphazardly machined plate. I could put this on a belt sander and clean it up a lot, but I don't really have to. The cart isn't going to make it all the way out here with this design for the pulley. So if I redesign that, I could... Well, the cart doesn't need to get all the way out here because the board... Yeah, the board's much shorter than 1500 millimeters, so I don't need the full axis. If the cart stops here, the laser should be almost out along the edge of the board. Yeah. So I don't need to... Yeah, I can keep these mechanical end stop plates. It's just the spacing here is a little weird. We'll live with it. I'll live with it. All right, so let's get this stuff out of here and get it ready for the new switches. Actually, wait, I don't need to move that. Leave that there. This is what moves. Oh yeah, no, I do need to move that because I need to remove the I need to remove the thing in order to get the bolts on. Look at how uneven that is. Yeah, I guess it worked. Okay, why did you move the one way and not the other? Oh my god, this thing is like designed to aggravate me. Oh. I'm gonna put the switches on the outside so they're easier to adjust. Don't you dare. Give me that. Give me that. Got it. Ugh, it's hard to work with. Shit. Okay, that was a drop. Careful. Fuck! God damn it, that was a drop too. All right, that's gone. It's no longer a thing. Then up here, I need to loosen this. Off you go. And then add, can I get all the way? Oh wait, there's already two. Wait, what are these? Will these make it all the way over? Oh yeah. So okay, so there's two that are already installed that I can utilize as the hold downs for the limit switch on this end. Sweet. Oh, that's perfect. Perfect. Yeah, so I'll just reattach those right there. There were already two pieces of maker beam in the top of the rail. Sorry, you guys couldn't see any of that. There were already two bolts at the top of the maker beam rail. So I just loosened them and slid them all the way over that way for the limit switch. That's what I'm doing right now is I'm putting these little bolts in here for the limit switches. The new limit switches. The new real Ghostbusters. Ah, that fell down. Now, the configurability of MakerBeam really helps me work with this stuff properly. I mean, I guess I could open up chat on this. It's closed. Where's my browser? Where's the browser? Where's the browser on this thing? Hold on. I'm looking at my tablet over here. There's OBS. Was that what I was running before? Actually, no. I don't think that's right. There it is. There's chat. Hello? Hello? Okay. Move you guys back over here. See if this works. It's not loading. There it is. It connected. It's still hard to see though. It's like impossible to read. Oh well. I'll have to come back over and read chat. It's not a great solution. I need something that like displays it in giant text so I can read it from all the way over here. Where is this connection? I'm struggling. Oh, my face is get away from me. Why are you guys so close to me? Jesus Christ. You just like a little bit of you guys are like breathing on me. It's like weird. There we go. That's one of them. And get the other one. I got like dust on my hands. Where's the dust come from? Come on. There we go. All right. That's it for the limit switches. Now this is very difficult to get back on because there's bolts and spacers. How do I want to do this? Well, it's got to be like the other one was. So like this. But I can't just slide it on. It's too difficult to do. So I've got to remove the bolts. Yeah, these pulleys on the end they're just random scrap aluminum that I sort of like sanded into a particular shape and then just used. They've done well. They've done well for the Axis over the years. Over all the years. 2 of the years. 4 of the years. Much time. Much time. Two longer bolts on here. And drop down the spacers. I don't know if that app is properly connected or if chat's just a ghost town right now. A little column A, a little bit of column B. All right, and then this goes right back up here. And then I'll get it out to its longest, I think it was all the way up at the edge. These longer maker beam bolts really don't like to slide back and forth. They don't appreciate being moved around on the rail. No. Don't fall. Don't drop, please. Oh, Jesus Christ. Getting these things started is a struggle. All right, that's one. Takes a little bit of the stress off. Careful. Okay. So all the way up to the edge and tighten that down. Tighten them both down. Okay, so that's attached. And I got space for I've got the 2 bolts here for the limit switch to go in right there so that the cart will get right up against it, click, and then, yeah, it'll know the edge. I mean, I could have it interfere a little bit if I did it down here, because then the cart would roll over it a little bit more, but I'll have to figure out what I want to do. Another thing that I could do is extend that. Now, I may invert this later. I may put the limit switch down here later, just so that it has the ability for the cart to get all the way up on the edge and still click. But we'll have to see which one ends up being the solution for that. I'll leave that as it is. I'll leave the other one as it is for now. Do I want to connect the belt to this right now? If I'm going to have to break it down anyway to get at all the limit switches, I have to break down everything to get to the limit switches. Holy shit. Yeah, maybe we'll have to come back to this. Let's put the y-axis up. How about that? That's what I'll do. We'll put the y-axis up, and then I'll have to figure out what I'm doing with the limit switches. Once this print is done, I can figure that out off air. Hold on, let me come back and read chat and see what's going on. Not be a negligent stream dad. Just a quick question. I'll ask your question. Ask away. What do you got? You're dropping too much for chat to handle. I know that's going to happen. That's what always happens when you work with MakerBeam. Quantum magnetic levitation. Ah, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Didn't you design it? Yeah, right? Flux. Yeah, something like that. All right, let me get the y-axis up. Do you know how to find bugs in my house if there are any? That's more of an animal behavior question than it is an engineering question. Bugs don't really got that prominent of a signature, do they? Otherwise, it wouldn't be bugs. If you're looking for bugs in your code, there's ways to find that. Bugs in your house, though. What a weird question. What do you think a streamer is going to be able to help you with that? What's a streamer going to know? You better ask a streamer. Ah, yes, bugs in your house. This is very relevant to my skill set as a streamer. Streamer, how do I find bugs? Fuck, man, I don't know. Oh boy, how do I get all this stuff up here without fucking dropping it? Let's see. If I spread this thing out and have it lay down on this angle iron that I got for it, and then, oh god, it's already a mess. Everything's already gone to shit. No, fuck. Fucking shit, fuck. All right, hold on. I can figure this out. I can do this. Let's hang this thing up first, I guess. So for that, I'm gonna need 4 of these guys. I got here. You're adding me. That's not gonna do. Like, does it look like I am accepting ats right now? Do I look like the kind of guy that'll respond to an at? Does it seem like I've got an abundance of time to you? Is that what's going on here? Let's see if I can just place that right there. There we go. Get that bolted on so that this whole thing will be held up on one bracket. Come on, buddy. There we go. I know it's horribly crooked, but once I get this thing on, then we can work on the rest. First things first, it's just holding this in place. Ah, there we go. All right, another one on this side. That's not lined up yet, but it should be able to, ooh, first problem. First problem, chat. I can't have the tray. I gotta redesign the tray. It doesn't fit. Didn't expect that one. Fuck. And then I dropped one. I'm gonna have so much hardware to pick up on the ground when I'm done. Yeah, so I gotta rethink this tray underneath this. Easy enough to do, but current design will not work. All right. Well, that's what we're here for. I could alter the wood to make it fit, but that's not really gonna happen. All right, I just want to get this other one in here so it's got 2 supports. Ah, fuck. Nah, double fuck. God damn it. I just keep dropping hardware everywhere. Here, I'm gonna bolt this thing, bolt the tray, bolt the wire run in so that it doesn't get in the way. Because I need to come up with a different thing to hold up all of the wiring. So either by mounting it differently or finding a different piece of scrap that I can put under the thing. Here, let me just get that, and then it's Buddy over here. This is the biggest argument for modularity that I could possibly make right now. If I had a connector on this that could disconnect all the wiring from it, I would be having a much easier time of this. I've done my best, but my best isn't good enough in this case. So modularity will go a long way on a project like this, especially given the janky nature of everything. Now I gotta hold my arm here to hold this up. Okay, that thing is barely held there. Once it's fully connected, of course, then everything will work out. Now, is this only one bolt there? I think so. Did that end there? I guess it, yeah, it has to. So yeah, that gets 1 bolt and then a nut. One of these, and then one of these. I can't believe all this is held on by just 1 fastener. That's all right though. And then I need both of the tools that I took over here. Okay. All right, so that's not going to fall over and ruin my lunch. So yeah, here's a problem that I'm running into. Well, first of all, I didn't adjust those properly because, I mean, I measured that, and yet it's not in the right place. Oh, that could be a big problem. I guess the whole axis is going to have to move down, which is acceptable. I can do that. Oh, I can do that right now. Let me get this other bolt in here, though. Even though it's a little jank. It's a little jank, but I can get that in there. It'll just hold things up for me in the meantime. I'm going to have to detach the limit switch and swap bolts on this side, I think. What is this doing? Come on, there we go. Because this whole thing needs to go down like pretty significantly for these things to come into contact with one another. This thing's crooked. What's going on here? Oh, because one goes down and the other goes up. So let me think here. That has to go down like 10, which puts it like in the middle of where I want that limit switch to be. Yikes! I got some mechanical shit to work out, don't I? Don't I just? Big yikes. Yeah, that'll allow that to move around a little bit. So we got to redo the wiring tray, which will push this up a little bit. But we can definitely clear it because it's like, it's barely, I mean, it's barely touching right now. So it just needs to be moved a tiny bit. I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do for that because this angle piece came from something else. I could cut the holes in the front and then it would hang out for this whole thing and still provide the same. Oh, but it'll move in too much if I do that. Son of a bitch. Attach it to the back rail. That might be the way to go. Is cut it and then move it up against the rail from behind over here. Which means I can get bolts in there. I can get plenty of fasteners in there. That might be what it is. That might be what I have to do. I have to cut that tray piece and then fit it from behind the rail in order to go in there. What about the limit switch up here? That is getting very close to the bracket that mounts this piece on. If I flip the bracket and I move this axis down, this axis is going to move down, barely. It's going to move down like this far, that far. If it moves that far, that puts it right in the center of the limit switch. If that bar is here and those go up, maybe the limit switch can be down a little bit and it'll still allow us to get, because I mean, the laser only really needs to go this high. That's sort of the maximum height of the laser that we're going to achieve. We can have more room to go higher than that, but we're not going to need it. Going down, getting low, perfectly fine. We can get as low as we need to be because the rail goes outside of the limit switch axis down here. So we can get all the way to this part of the board, all the way to the little corner chunk that I cut out. All right, I got some stuff to do here, huh? I got a little bit of stuff to do in order to get all this stuff to fit. I think we'll take a break here till Friday, because it's getting to be about that time. Those are crooked. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's crooked in this. It's crooked. Son of a bitch. Just like hardware on the ground. All right, it's a little bit crooked. I gotta make sure that all my motion axes are like aligned and straight and everything. That needs to move over a little bit. Now that I've got it like up here at head level, everything changes. Everything's different. That's a little better. Are you fucking kidding me? Who's possibly calling me at this time? Hold on, I gotta run over to the phone in case it's a doctor. Might be. Hello? Oh, it immediately beeped. It immediately beeped. That's a real bad thing. What do we got? Oh, bugs like there should be a transceiver somewhere. You need a radio that's gonna go to the same frequencies, I guess. And I guess you'll hear noise at those frequencies or something. I don't know. Like, you know, digital radio technology is very difficult, but hello, streamer, can you help me with my divorce? Dude, looking for bugs in walls, like if you're talking about like audio bugs and shit like that, like espionage shit. I don't know, man. Look for Bluetooth devices. People aren't that smart. People aren't that smart with like monitoring devices. Lock down your cell phone. Call the neighbors. Wear a tinfoil hat. Don't bother, divorce lawyer. No. I have no legal training at all. Thank you for the bits, Anonymous Cheer. Working on the automatic eye surgery machine? Yeah, essentially. The little tray that I have holding up the drag chain for the y-axis hits against the wood. You know, I could. I don't want to. The more I sand down that front face, the more I work that front face away, the less live edge is going to be visible on this thing. And I want to have big, thick edge on everything, right? So instead of altering that, I'm at a point where I can figure out an alternative way to either mount, probably an alternative way to mount that tray without changing its position too much. So I'll cut it. I don't know when I'm going to cut it. I'll cut it and then it'll fit in a little better. And when I do cut it, I need to kind of disassemble a lot of stuff in order to make that happen. So I think we can get around that. It's just a minor little bits of surgery that are going to get this thing back up and running. But man, I'm out of it right now. Hopefully I have internet tomorrow. Keep in mind, I made the announcement on the announcements channel. Verizon says they found an outage in the area and they'll fix it by the 12th or something like that. The date was on there. I checked carefully to make sure that there was no doxing information on it, but they were like, we detected an outage in your neighborhood. I'm like, no. You sent me an email, first of all, about an outage, which is a little weird because you're my internet provider. But yeah, so I got a couple things to work out. We're going to be back on Friday. I'm going to work on Burn the Subs again more. I'm hoping that we can smash this mechanical stuff to death and get it done. I want to get all this mechanical stuff done so that we can have a board again, right? So that we can mechanically have a board again. That was kind of a big hit, that angle iron hitting the board itself. So we got to work through that. I got to figure out what I'm going to do about that. It's not the end of the world. It just means that I kind of have to think about what I'm going to do next in order to mount that thing properly. That's there basically to protect the axis from wiring. I could spiral wrap a lot of that stuff, and if I can mount the drag chain properly and have it fall into some kind of tray, then it's possible that I won't need to have all that stuff there. I could spiral wrap all those wires and then they'd be out of the way. So I'll think about what I can do for that. I don't have a ton of ideas. Yeah, and then from there, we're going to get the rest of this thing working. We're going to hopefully get all the mechanicals done this week. If I have to do some Saturday, maybe I'll do Saturday on my own, and I won't do a gaming stream. We'll see. I would like to do gaming on Saturdays. I want to make that more of a regular thing. But if I got work to do, I got work to do, right? Right. So anyway, that's it for me for today. Do we have a top streamer that's doing something interesting? Wolverine Davies is close to partnering. He's playing My Summer Car, so you guys should check out DAHVES. Check out Davies. Hey Dodo, I'm wrapping it up here because we ran into some mechanical issues with this thing that I'm gonna get over. But I kind of need to I need time to think about this on my own this evening. So I'm ending it. It's all over. I'll never stream again until tomorrow. Here's your end card. 20 hours and 9 seconds to figure out what the hell I'm doing with this thing, all right? I will see you guys then. Like, comment, subscribe. Follow a sub 10,000 streamer payout streamer today. All right, see you guys later. I'll be on Discord, by the way. You can join Discord. You can check out my Twitter. Either one. I've been posting a couple updates on this thing. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one.